Alrighty, everybody, welcome on in to this Central Committee stream with your host Mike from PA. We are live once again. How is everybody doing today? Welcome in to the Central Committee stream, live and on time. Well, what a weekend, huh? What a weekend we had. You know, I take some time. I did a little fundraiser for trans rights, you know, stuff like that. And we've got the lib protest. Okay, we did it. We did the lib protest. Now, personally, just so I make it clear, if there is a protest, go to it. If you largely agree with the ideas behind it, which is like protesting Trump, go to it. Try to recruit as many people as you can. Try to offer a strong critique. And I'm going to be honest, chat. I'm going to be honest. Liberals complaining about Mexican flags and leftists complaining about cringe liberal protest signs are about the same level of worthless. Is that okay for me to say? Can I be a party pooper? Like trying to find a lib that has a sign with brunch on it just so you could post it on social media is absolutely fucking useless. Who gives a shit? Yes, you know who likes brunch? I like brunch. You like brunch. What is brunch? It just means you sleep in a lot and then you sit at a buffet for 3 hours. Every single human being who has ever lived likes that idea, unless they are a mutant, okay? Every single person I've ever met is like, it's nice to sleep in and then drink a bunch of fucking mimosas when I gorge myself on a buffet. That's all brunch is. Everybody likes brunch. Socialism equals more brunch. Now, you're right to say, like, oh, if Kamala got elected, you would be at brunch. That's the problem. Yes, you're correct. But here's something that you need to, here's something that you get to, something that you get to know that liberals don't know. Okay, I'm going to teach you something that liberals don't know. Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris will never, ever, ever be president. I'll say that again. Kamala Harris and Hillary Clinton will never be president. So when libs, and Obama won't be president again either. So when libs are like talking about these people and going, oh man, if only we had won. Who cares? It's just like when we say, man, I wish Bernie would have won. Who gives a shit? There's plenty of people out there who are like, man, I wish Bernie could have won. Anyway, I'm voting for Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Right? Like the libs got what they wanted. So now we have the opportunity to get what we want. I don't see Zoran running around trashing Kamala Harris. Even though, why? Because she's irrelevant and you never know who you're going to offend. This is something that I think a lot of people who don't organize in reality, you need to understand. And this is rich coming from me because I don't care. I'm serving a specific role. My specific role is gadfly truth teller guy. That's the idea, or that is the stereotype that is spread about me, which is not the case. But I tend to like to attack our enemies because nobody else does it effectively. So fuck it, I'll do it. That being said, I just feel like this shit is just, it's pointless. Wow, guys, you found people with brunch signs. There was a PSL table at the No Kings rally today. You all are too online and disconnected from leftists and know what leftists IRL are actually doing. And honestly, John the Lib just defeated you, man. John the Lib just defeated you. If I am PSL, you know what I'm doing? I'm going to the No Kings rally and I'm saying, I'm holding a letter from Josh Hawley and said, Josh Hawley wants to arrest us for protesting. Joined PSL to say, fuck you, John Hawley. Like, that's what I'm doing. If somebody hates the person that you hate, that is a great connection point. That's a great organizing opportunity. So I think people need to be less like this. You know what this is? I don't know how old this person is. I don't know how old Set Pixels is. They joined Twitter in 2011, excuse me. So they're probably at least in their 30s. This is cringe is going to happen. And social media has created this environment where everybody's trying to find their own cringe to post. Like, aha, I found you being cringe. And it's like, people are going to be in concentration camps going, look at this person being cringe and crying. LSF decided to aim their hate cannons at me. Oh no, the Destiny subreddit tried to aim their hate cannons at me. Oh no, the live stream fail try. Who gives a fuck? Oh no, oh no. Did a 500 upvote post happen? Who gives a shit? Live stream fail is dead. It's fucking dead. No one gives a shit. It used to be a subreddit that all the big streamers would go on. It used to be a place where people would collaborate and find funny clips. Now it's dead. It's fucking dead. Oh no, did Destiny make a post about me? Oh no, did Destiny find a reply? Who gives a fuck? Like, this is the thing that's so funny. Is like, Destiny is legitimately scared to debate me. Like, that is a fucking factual state. He's been scared of debating me since 2020. All right? Let's not pretend that it's the opposite. Why do you think he tries to talk about everything but points I make? Because he's fucking scared. And he's been scared. A weekend post about me on LSF is the most concrete evidence that's brigaded by DGG. Yes, because that's it. It's a DGG brigade post. I don't post on the weekend. So you're finding something Destiny said about me to clip? Like, this is fucking pathetic. And okay, you know what? It's time for us. I mean, do you guys know who the LSF mod is? Oh, what's this? I got a 100,000 I got a 100,000 view post with 20k likes on TikTok. Oh, is there a 500 upvote Destiny clip on LSF? Are you guys fucking stupid? They're irrelevant. All the times a psychotic genocidal warmonger claimed that Iran was getting a nuke. 1992, Iran is 3 to 5 years. And by the way, whenever I watch myself on TikTok, I'm like, Mike, you need to like clear your throat. Clear your throat a little bit more sometimes. Nuclear capability. Iran pursuing nuclear weapons close to capability. Iran 3 to 5 years. Iran nuclear acquisition could be catastrophic. Deadline extremely close. Iran's nuclear program a global threat. Iran aggressively pursuing nukes. Iran's nuclear ambitions must be stopped. Iran could have a nuclear bomb soon. Iran racing to develop nuclear weapons. Iran's nuclear program nearing completion. Iran 1 to 2 years to nuclear capability. Iran could produce a bomb within a year. Iran steadily moving toward nuclear weapons. Iran months away. Iran that was 13 years ago. All right, Mike from PA Clips. Mike from PA Clips is officially better at me than me at TikTok. Mike from PA Clips, message me on Discord. I am now invoking Prima Nocta. I'm invoking Prima Nocta, or I'm gonna make you post on my channel. I'm invoking Prima Nocta. You are being drafted into my channel. Oh yes, that's how that phrase is used. Yeah, it's fuck. Go. Iran was months away. Iran continuing nuclear weapons program. Iran closer than ever to nuclear weapons. Iran. He's like, Mike, but I'm about to make my own money. Like, I want to draft him. Like, I don't think you have 10,000 followers yet. Okay, so you only have 621 followers. Here's the thing. You're never going to make money because people are going to realize it's not me. That's the problem. All the times this psychotic until I get bigger on TikTok, you're never going to make any money. So that's the issue. Because I think you need to get like 10K or something. Mike, it's me. Okay. We're going to... I want to post on TikTok daily, but I also want to do my own TikToks where I post like little videos of me talking, like TikTok likes, and then also weave in the clips. I'm actually going to do it. I think you have good instincts. Nice work, man. Claimed that Iran was getting a nuke. 1992, Iran is 3 to 5 years from nuclear capability. Okay. Iran closer than ever to nuclear weapons. Iran weeks away. That was 3 years ago. Iran advancing nuclear enrichment. Iran dangerously close. Iran days away. So the original prediction that they would get nukes was 1995 was when they would get nukes. 30 years later, they don't have nukes. At a certain point, perhaps not having nukes is more dangerous than having them. I mean, if it were me, and I'm being dead straight honest, if it were me and I was an Iranian government official, the moment I was put on the axis of evil, I get nukes. That's what North Korea did. North Korea was put on the axis of evil in 2002. They got nukes by 2006. Did anybody attack North Korea? Is North Korea being bombed? Now, they sanctioned them and they did all sorts of stuff to screw with their country. And I'm not saying North Korea is a good country, but they did do one thing: avoid getting attacked and bombed. Libya, under Gaddafi, gave up their nuclear weapons program after the US invaded Iraq. So Libya did exactly what the United States and all Western countries say you should do, which is end your nuclear weapons program and be integrated into the world economy. And guess what happened to Muammar Gaddafi? Muammar Gaddafi was overthrown by ISIS, and French and British warplanes gave aerial support to ISIS and Al-Qaeda, and they took over Libya, which was the most developed country in Africa, highest development level, free college. They would give you like the government would pay your down payment when you bought a house. They would give you money to start businesses. You could get free college when it was anywhere in the world. Free college anywhere in the world for Libyan citizens. I don't know if you guys know this under Gaddafi. Most developed country in Africa is now hosting open air slave markets ruled by Al-Qaeda. Country has been destroyed, and Muammar Gaddafi was sodomized by a bayonet live on video. So you give up your nuclear weapons, you try to participate in the global economy, and God forbid you own your own oil and use it to improve the lives of your own people, you're going to end up sodomized by a bayonet. You get nukes, you're at least not going to be bombed. I don't even understand. Like, if Iran really wanted a bomb, they could get a bomb. They have nuclear reactors. This is 1940s technology. Nuclear bombs are devastating, but they're not that complex. So ultimately, we live in a world where the United States has created a place where we are sanctioning the United Nations and the International Criminal Court, and we are supporting the bombing of 50,000 children, at least, in Gaza. And I think they've already killed hundreds of civilians in Iran. And the thing is, Iran has a state. Notice that Iran has a state. And so what's happening? They're fighting back. And the idea that Israel is going to be able to do to Iran what it did to Gaza is impossible without the United States entering the war. Are their allies China and Russia? No. Iran is not allied to China. They are friendly, they cooperate, but they're not allies. Because if they were allies, China would be steaming to shoot down fucking Israeli jets. Like when your ally gets attacked, you fight back against the country that attacked your ally. That's what ally is. So they're not really allies. They're cooperative. They're cordial. They have positive relations. They may have, treaties of friendship, but they're not fighting on their behalf. I learned a bit about China's revolution, and I ended up kind of hating Mao. Is that liberal shit? Yes. Do you not think the famine caused not by selfish, power-hungry asshole who could not help any except from the USSR? Was the Cultural Revolution not insanely irresponsible the way Mao did it? No. A couple things. China had always had reoccurring famines, and the Soviet Union had a large famine as well, but they ended famine. If you look at Chinese life expectancy, it is Mao that caused it to massively spike and increase and rise. And the amount of deaths under Mao are grossly exaggerated to the point of laughable propaganda. I do think there are problems with the Cultural Revolution. I actually think there's this really fun content creator called One Dime who did a video on the Cultural Revolution that I think is very balanced and totally fair. It actually treats it seriously without trying to go for propagandistic value, but also critiques it and tells the truth about it. And he has a lot of really good sources if you want to read more. Wasn't it because Mao had the birds killed, which kept pests under control? The sparrow thing. The sparrow thing is just laughable propaganda. The U.S. had a massive Dust Bowl agricultural collapse as well because of the agricultural techniques that we were using were unsuitable, right? And a lot of Americans starved. Now, not millions, but thousands and thousands of Americans starved to death in the Dust Bowl. Many people who are what the fuck is this? Okay. Armada of United States Air Force tankers just deployed east over Atlantic, spurring speculation. Yeah, this means that they're transferring fighters to Europe or the Middle East because fighter jets don't have the range to fly across the Atlantic on their own, so they have to do mid-air refueling. Or they could be going to support Israel. They could go to be providing aerial refueling to Israel. 28 tankers. On the other hand, these are precisely the assets that would be needed if the United States were going to change its support of Israel's Operation Rising Lion. Or there were concerns that the conflict is about to widen. I mean, of course there is. Why do they need send aerial refueling to Israel? They can't fly to Iran and back. Mike, thoughts on Lysenkoism? Wrong. It was very wrong. I mean, it's kind of funny to attack China and Mao because it's like, did you not know what China was like before Mao? Like, it's like you have the Chiang Kai-shek. They were printing money. People had to pay for bread with wheelbarrows under Chiang Kai-shek. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? It was just as bad. Millions were starving every fucking year. Like, what are you talking? Like, it's actually batshit crazy to be like, man, Mao, he killed a lot of Chinese people. That's why communism is wrong. And then it's like you have the non-communist leader right there who is failing and killing millions of people constantly themselves. It's like, oh, that's not real capitalism. Thoughts on Deng Xiaoping? I wouldn't call myself a Dengist, but I think I would say, based on our current point in history, if you don't at least respect what they managed to achieve and their geopolitical skills, like the fact that Deng was able to get foreign direct investment and get capitalists to give them all sorts of technology and money and resources, I mean, that is one of probably the biggest diplomatic coups of all time. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying Dengism is right. I'm just saying that geopolitically, what the Communist Party of China did under Deng and then continued to this day was a diplomatic coup. So what can you really even say? Brian Bedford, Trump's nominee to lead the FAA, has been reportedly been lying, claiming to have a commercial pilot's license. He's not. Commercial pilot's license? He doesn't. Oh, no. Oh, no. And this isn't even like a high-level license, chat. It's like a commercial pilot's license is actually the second lowest. Why is this fucking an hour and a half?
Pilot, instrument pilot, commercial pilot, lions, tigers, bears. Oh my. There are.
I love these cute little videos with 8K views, man. This is where the good knowledge is. This is where the autistic knowledge actually exists in YouTube. It's not the ones with millions of views. Those are just people that are good at marketing. The autistic quality knowledge really exists in the 8K view range, where only the other autistics found it. Nathan Fielder was able to get one pretty easily. Pretty easily, he says. Pretty easily, he says. Man, all you have to do is have hundreds of thousands of dollars and you can pretty easily get it.
So many different types of pilot licenses that it could be a little intimidating to know where to start. Thankfully, Epic Flight Academy has a breakdown of all the different types of pilot licenses you need to know about. Before we get into the details, be sure to like this video and subscribe to our YouTube channel.
Oh, by the way, chat, Austin and I'm leaking some Austin show lore, which he will not care. Austin and I are going to definitely do more pilot shit. I have to get myself, I'm a rusty pilot right now. Hold on, let me see if I can find this shit while you guys learn about the licenses.
So, what is a pilot license? In simple terms, a pilot license or pilot certificate allows a person to be able to fly an aircraft. This is similar to a driver's license allowing you to drive a vehicle. The Federal Aviation Administration subjects pilots to specific rules and limitations depending on the category or rating of the license they hold. Here are the main types of pilot licenses. A student pilot license is designed for the training period of flying. Students must have an instructor present, or they can solo after appropriate instructor endorsements. A recreational pilot license limits the holder to specific types of aircraft, the number of passengers they can have on board, and other limitations.
I can't show you anything.
A private pilot license.
I was going to show you this, but it's like, oh, wow, this shows everything about me. Oh, this shows everything about me. This is crazy. It has my fucking it's like the biggest docs of all time. I was like, okay, well, guess I'm not going to show that.
License allows the pilot to carry passengers and provides for limited business use of an airplane. A commercial pilot license allows the pilot to be compensated for their flight services. An airline transport pilot license is required to fly as a captain by some air transport operations. Once you earn your pilot license, you then add on ratings to those licenses. The instrument rating allows pilots to fly in low visibility conditions, also called IFR conditions. Commercial single and multi-engine ratings will authorize you to...
Okay, so what I'm trying to say is like the commercial license is like... So you have a private license and then the commercial license, and then you have like you have instrument ratings, and then you have like multi-engine ratings, and you have type ratings, you have flight instructor ratings, you have, you know, ATP, which is the commercial pilot, you know, like the airline pilot rating. So like commercial pilot is a very low level rating, actually. It doesn't take that much experience to sell your flying to an individual, right? Now, if you're going to be flying a carrier with scheduled routes or a charter plane company, then you need a lot more ratings. Genocide talk suddenly out of fashion now. Israel-Iran war. Asad Abi almost shot at No King's protest. Ethan Klein loves war crimes. MAGA assassin murder. Like, what are you talking about? It's in 2 separate parts of my fucking title. Fuck? These guys are illiterate. All right. What else was I saying? Okay. All right. We need to draft. We're drafting Mike from PA clips with 3 S's. We're drafting you. I think you've actually been doing really good on your, like, you have a 200,000 view TikTok. You've got an 83,000 view TikTok, a 72,000 TikTok, 10,000 view, 20,000. Like, these are pretty good for me not having any presence on TikTok. These are pretty, like, you kind of are blowing up a little bit. I've messaged them. Awesome. Just so we have more people that are like editing shit, you know? I think you guys are actually, I think, Cole, honestly, I love your editing style, and you've got it. You're very good.
And we start this out.
Like, this was,
I just need to actually get this shit on the road. I'm trying to create a process. And the reason why I'm telling you is because I'm trying to create shame for myself when I fail, because this is how I'm externally motivated. So I want to create these conditions of, like, I feel bad so I don't fail. I'm sorry, but it's mental illness. You're going to have to deal with it. Shame is great. Shame and spite. Those are my motivators. Ghost Kitty, thank you for the tier 1. The internet loved ranty politics. Okay, chat, can I be honest? I really don't like redhead Mike from PA's content. I think he fucking I think he's a sellout, dude. Like, he's a super sellout. What's his name again? Fucking.
We're hitting the.
Can we make fun of him real quick? Pearlmania, yeah. It's such a weird name. I want to know what his original videos were. He loves this. He has this thing, like every single one of his videos, he moves the camera in the first couple seconds. Or he does some sort of like algorithm. He does some sort of like gesture. I don't know if this is like an attention thing or if it like works. He tends to have this like dynamic camera like movement, or his head really bobs. Not every video, but it's pretty common. I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about. Hold on.
You gotta vote for the cop. You gotta vote for the cop. You gotta vote. Where's that guy? How's his book club been doing? Wonder where he went. Yeah.
Like, this is the type of post where I think you are an absolute piece of shit. Like, I legitimate think you're a piece of shit. Because that guy was right, number 1. He was point blank right. Number 2, Kamala Harris is doing nothing to stand up for Trump. She's doing against Trump, rather. She's doing fucking nothing. And she was proposing all sorts of anti-immigrant policies. So, like, this is just him bullying someone on TikTok that people have decided is okay to bully. All the liberals have decided it's okay to bully this one guy. So he's bullying him and not really engaging with this shit. You know who else has a book club? You fucking liberal. What power do you fucking liberals have? You loser fucks. I mean, Gavin Newsom was having a book club podcast with Steve Bannon 3 weeks after the election, you fucking cuck. Like, that's the thing, you fucking illegitimate sellout fuck. Amazing. Ugh. Let's go back and see some of his oldest stuff. Let me guess, he was making progressive content.
This filter makes me look like the cop from Stranger Things.
Yo, the president's banned on Twitch. He can't orchestrate a raid stream to stream. He can invade a country though, but he can't go on Twitch. Also, Mason draws on Pinterest. He can't see him.
Okay, maybe he was never good.
Tase my boss for my treason. This is my last resort. Insurrection, sedition.
Okay, hashtag liberal, hashtag leftist. Does he still say? Does he still say that? Does he still put hashtag leftist on his stuff?
Have you ever wondered why every store makes you sign up for an app to be?
Okay, this is hashtag shopping savings advice. Okay, hold on. Let me find a political.
Have you not watched Lord of the...
Okay. Yeah, sorry, chat. I gotta find a political post.
Do you know that military parade had corporate sponsors? It had...
Okay, hold on. We'll find one. We'll find a political post.
I'm here in Philadelphia, birthplace of freedom. You can see literally thousands of people marching down Ben Franklin Parkway. As I told you earlier, we're not standing for it. We don't.
I mean, I don't have a problem with this. I actually think this post is totally fine. This post is totally fine. I'm not saying I hate the guy's guts, but I found that, like, I saw that video of this video, and I just realized, like, this is somebody who is a sellout and is a bad person. Like, legitimately. That's all that means. The joke is that anybody who criticized Kamala Harris is somehow responsible for Donald Trump, even though Kamala Harris was trying to adopt all the same policies in her campaign. Like, and Kamala Harris came out about how she's going to, Kamala Harris increase funding for ICE. Kamala Harris's immigration and border policies for 2025. Harris supports a previously blocked bipartisan border security bill, which focuses on increasing funding for border agents, expanding detention facilities, and enhancing asylum processing. And this, quote, bipartisan bill is just Donald Trump's 2017 immigration policy. It was written by an Oklahoma conservative and gave nothing back for immigration advocates. Every immigration rights group denounced it. It's just very fucking odd to be obsessed with some guy just because he got bullied by liberals, and then 6 months into the Trump presidency try to go after that guy with no substance, by the way. Like, he bought the Kamala Harris hype. Harris flip-flops on building the border wall. Remember when it was the racist border wall? Remember when it was the racist border wall?
Oh, I didn't vote for this. I didn't know he was going to do all that.
This is a fine post. This is a fine post. But I guess you don't do hashtags anymore. Exploring the signs of change in society. This information is AI generated. Okay. I guess you don't do that. You just say maybe the big creators don't need to do that anymore. They have enough engagement. He recently said progressives say they hate liberals, but they actually mean centrists. Okay. I think I need to post more on TikTok. You are not a liberal. If you believe in a pathway for citizenship for illegal immigrants, if you believe in universal health care, if you believe in raising minimum wage, if you believe in trade unionism, if you believe in sectoral bargaining, if you believe in providing housing for the homeless, you are not a liberal. What liberal means in this society is about making markets work, making everything to be bought and sold. It means privatization. It means charter schools. It means selling out the government to the highest bidder. That's what liberalism means. Now, it's been distorted so that a lot of people think liberal means you care about someone, but that's not the reality. I'm not saying you're a socialist yet, but you're certainly not a liberal, and it's certainly not a liberal in the sense that the Democratic Party means it. I mean, this post is fine. This is why he got popular. A lot of people get popular cosplaying as progressive, and then when they get enough following, they pivot toward the Democratic Party. Mike, I was told I was being violent and asked to leave for being the first person to stand in the street while listening to speakers at my local No Kings protest. That shit was of course. So everybody carried American flag. Everybody coordinated with the cops. Everybody marched down the street. Now what? Oh yeah. The being tricked by Josh Shapiro. I mean, that says everything you need to know. Mike, can you help me? Many people I have discussions online with are pushing for Pete Buttigieg for president. I argue with them saying it's textbook new liberal with large corporate backers, but any other argument suggestions I can use. He's a liar. He's untrustworthy. He originally campaigned on Medicare for all, and then when somebody said, "Are you sure you support Medicare for all?" He said, "I promise to support Medicare forever and all time," really snarkily, and then guess what? He stopped supporting Medicare for all when his campaign started to gain money from corporations. The guy is bought and paid for. That's why I don't like Pete Buttigieg. Fundamentally, he does. I don't vibe with him. I don't think that he would do well. I don't think he would do well campaigning against Republicans. I think that he is a liberal hall monitor. He's every stereotype about the Democrats, and in a way that working class people would not vibe with him. He's a teacher's pet, and there's all sorts of intangibly unlikable things. I think the type of person who votes in Democratic primaries is very similar to Pete Buttigieg, but I think as an electoral candidate, he's supremely unelectable. And on top of all of that, as I said, he's a sellout bitch. All right, let's get into our Iran-Israel coverage. Starting off with something that makes me smile, a bad empanada video. And he has absolutely no POC support. What are you asking me to analyze? You're just giving me somebody's entire TikTok? Bro, come on.
Attacked Iran, obviously, in an attempt to, at the very least, sabotage the Iranian potential nuclear deal with the US. This is just another great example of why every country needs nukes. If you are opposed to Western imperialism, you need nuclear bombs, and you need them You need them.
Mike from PA here, the king of self-owning. This is one of these political commentators, but he's famous for being
specifically designed to make sure that those who already have nukes have power.
Oh, the Derek Thompson thing. As I said, I was in replies with somebody, and Derek Thompson replied to me, and I didn't notice who it was for 5 minutes. And I was like, oh, it's Derek Thompson. Okay, I will debate you. And then I quote tweeted him and answered his question. Do you expect the Derek Thompson? And it wasn't even about abundance. It was about some other thing. And he came into my replies like 6 replies deep. And I didn't notice it was Derek Thompson for 5 minutes. I was like, oh, it's Derek Thompson. Because I just reply to people. I don't even look who it is. I just reply. And that's their big gotcha.
And those who don't have none. The entire reason why the US wants to stop Iran from getting nukes, you know, they'll say, oh, we can't trust them. They're going to launch them. They're crazy. Like, if there's any country that can be.
You got me, guys. I didn't notice it was Derek Thompson for 5 minutes. And then I immediately replied. And I showed the page number of the book where I was referring to. And I proved that he lied on that page. And then he never replied back. Weird how that goes.
Be trusted the least with nukes. It's the fucking USA. They're the ones who invade other countries all over the world. Nukes for everyone else are just a means to stop the US from invading you. So that's like the supposed justification behind this.
It is insane. It is insane to me that these fucking losers monitor every single thing I do for years, trying to find any example of me making even a minor mistake. And then this is what they try to boost. Mike made a minor mistake for 2 minutes. We got him. He's not infallible.
You know, it's pure Israeli aggression as usual. And the Israelis are obviously backed by the US, by the UK, by Europe, by fucking everyone who helped them out. So that gives them a massive...
Did you watch the BE video where he makes the quiz about quotes? You have to guess it's Nazi or Zionist. I did the same thing, and I did better than him. I got 19 right, and I did it before him. I guess I should post that as a YouTube video, huh?
Edge here, which means that they are able to inflict more damage on Iran.
One of the issues you have is one of the issues that I have personally is that because I don't have real scandals and I don't really make gigantic errors often, any small like embarrassment or small error, people can hyperfixate on. Because there's not a lot of them. So you could just keep repeating the same thing over and over and over and over again because there's not that much to go on. So you just repeat the same shit and that's it. Whereas with Ethan Klein, he's making so many mistakes every fucking day. It's same, you know, it is same thing with somebody like Destiny, that it's almost hard to keep track.
Done to them, but nonetheless, they are getting hit back in ways that they're not used to. At this moment, it's something like a dozen or so Israelis have been killed. I mean, at least according to the Israeli government. I would imagine they're hiding the true extent of the casualties because they want to make it seem less bad, and they're probably not reporting military casualties as well. Whereas it's like 150 plus on the Iranian side. Obviously, Iran doesn't have an Iron Dome. It doesn't have the US on its side. It doesn't have the UK on its side. It's heavily limited in what it can do in response, and Israel is allowed to do basically whatever it wants. So it is absolutely predetermined that Iran would lose in such exchanges. But still, they are hitting Israel harder than Israel has been hit in a very long time, and the Israelis are crying about it. Israeli translated from Hebrew, they're fucking turning us into Gaza! And of course, I'm sure you know precisely what it is, like where I'm going to go with this in a second. But for now, let's stop. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So according to Western media, who are just going by the official tolls given out by both sides, as of me recording this on Sunday the 15th of June, 14 have been killed in Israel and at least around 400 total in Iran, including at least 100.
Mike was right about the Luigi pagers not being explosives. Israeli pagers not being explosive. Luigi being a right-wing scumbag. He was, Luigi, by the way, that's funny you bring up the Luigi thing, because there was just a Twitter tweet where he was like posting how he's reading Ayn Rand, or like he read Ayn Rand or some shit. So like, it's funny you bring that up, because I was actually right about that. Oh, the pagers not being explosives. I found it to be highly unlikely that they did that because of how insane of a penetration that would have to be. But when the evidence became clear that there was explosives and that the operation included penetrating the entire supply chain, I changed my mind. I just thought that immediately assuming they were explosives was very, very, very unlikely. But guess what? Sometimes very unlikely things happen. And then when you get the new evidence, you change your mind. Like, it's not that hard. Like, this is the way the world is. Nobody is infallible. What makes you a stupid person is when you make a mistake and you never own up to it. But I always own up to things when I get them wrong. And that's what makes me smarter than the people that you like. Because they try to do this spin thing because they're narcissists, and they were raised on the idea that, oh yeah, I can never be seen to be wrong. I never could be seen to be wrong. So if somebody presents the idea that they're never wrong, do you think it's true that they're never wrong? Or do you think it's highly likely that they are somebody who lies a lot? What have I been the most wrong on recently? I don't know. Nothing is coming to mind. Nothing is coming. I mean, liking John Fetterman back in 2019, I was wrong about, in the sense that I don't think I was wrong to support John Fetterman based on the information I had at the time. But he's a liar. He basically just flip-flopped that he's a liar. I got betrayed, and so did you. It is what it is. It is what it is, you know?
67 civilians. So obviously, Iran's capacity to respond to Israel is heavily limited by Israel's geopolitical
I saw
backing.
people mad about my cat take. My cat take is right. My cat take is totally right. She primaried someone who was progressive on Palestine in a district she doesn't even live in. Like, that's pretty clearly a strategy to get herself into office without having to take on AIPAC, because AIPAC would just stay neutral on the race. That was her strategy. Like, come on. Like, I don't want to encourage that kind of fucking behavior.
And also material backing. Like, the US has...
Let's talk. I'm a specialist on COVID, and 90% of people are wrong about COVID being harmless. I don't think COVID's harmless. She did the both sides argument on Iran. Mike was right. Oh, God.
Outright said they intercepted missiles on behalf of Israel. Iran's not getting any such help. So the US is just playing an active belligerent in this.
We were all kind of wrong about AOC's insistence on supporting Zoran. No, I wasn't. No, I wasn't. I wasn't wrong at all. I said that the better thing to do is to endorse now. I said, and then I said the moment she endorses, it'll be really good. And guess what? It's been based as fuck. I was totally right. I was completely right about AOC. And guess what? When she did what I said she should do, not saying she listened to me, I'm just saying she did what I was saying she should do. It's been fucking based. She just chanted Free Palestine yesterday. We're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, Zoran has been an incredibly positive influence on AOC. Like, here.
And I will tell you, there are people out there that say, if you go out and if you do, and to that I say, I don't care. When they do that, Free Palestine as well.
See, she got, because she was forced to and pressured. And by the way, I don't think she should have waited to be pressured. I don't think she should have done the way she did it. But it is all, she's getting positively influenced. She's being drawn back. That's all I've been advocating for. And I was also right about the fact that AOC was probably going to be the leader of the left. And that's why I have not been attacking her and taking free anti-AOC clout. And guess what? I was right about that. And it looks like she is. So I think attacking AOC was a bad decision. Now, I think criticizing her fairly is one thing. Again, analysis totally correct.
Obviously, they always are. This was started by Israel attacking Iran, and now you have morons, Israel framing itself as the victim here, like genuinely just unhinged. Like, Israel's Twitter account is utterly insane. Like, the victim playing is unreal. Like, we bomb you, but you bomb us back. And here we go. The Iranian regime has launched another barrage of ballistic missiles, triggering red alert sirens across Israel, deliberately targeting Israeli civilians, they say. Keep in mind, they have killed at least 167 civilians in Iran so far. And they are moaning about deliberate targeting of civilians, supposedly. Give me a fucking break. And these are also the people who massacre babies intentionally in Gaza, who are currently carrying out a genocide in Gaza. You'll never guess who's been playing the victim, though. You will surely never guess. So I'm about to show you the absolute stupidest pro-Israel propaganda you're ever going to see. Like, it's so stupid that I genuinely just can't really believe it. It's so stupid, it's not worth responding to. And the only reason why I'm responding to it is to say that I don't want to respond to it. In the future, I'm probably just going to ignore these idiots and what they say about this stuff, unless it's like pertinent or something, because holy shit, this is just so bad. This is just unbelievable. Like, this is 20 IQ Zionist propaganda for people with 10 IQ. It's that bad. Like, the way that these people talk about Israel, they're just like children. Like, it's not even sophisticated enough for like the average dumbfuck Zionist propagandist. It's just below that level even. So keep in mind here that Ethan Klein is someone who has said that the IDF is a terrorist organization and that there's a genocide in Gaza. And this is his reaction to someone actually fighting back against this terrorist organization doing genocide. This is his reaction.
What's happening? And Iran is the fucking bad guy. They're evil.
Okay, listen, I don't like Iran. I'm not an Iranian. I like Iran, the country. I don't care for the Iranian regime, quote unquote. I don't even like calling it a regime, all right? But they are conservative theocrats. I don't agree with them politically. That being said, they're being attacked illegally by Israel. Just because I don't agree with a government politically doesn't mean I therefore then endorse illegal war. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And if Israel is doing a genocide, they're always the bad guy. They're always the bad guy. Nobody is a good guy when they're doing the genocide, with Ethan Klein says they are.
You know what I'm saying, dude?
He's talking like a 12-year-old watching a superhero movie. Sorry, this is actually less advanced than 12-year-old, a 9-year-old. This is the good guy and this is the bad guy, right? And the bad guy is Iran, because I guess they're evil, but somehow the guys who he has said are doing genocide and who he has said are terrorists. Like, let's look at his debate with Hassan Piker, because this is so absurdly out of line. Now, we obviously know here, I just want to be clear, he doesn't think it's a genocide, doesn't think the IDF are terrorists. The reason why he conceded those points in the debate with Hassan is because he wanted to avoid looking like a moron, because he'd obviously lose and he knew it. He doesn't know how to defend that. But the point here is, this guy, he supports people doing genocide, and he supports a terrorist organization, and says the people fighting them are bad guys every single time.
Do you believe that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Okay. They're doing genocide, but someone fighting them, to be clear, not even someone who attacked them first, someone who is fighting back against them who got attacked first. But those people are in the wrong. They're the bad guys, and Israel are the good guys.
We're going to talk about the Ansarullah movement's history.
But I'll say, yeah, Israel, the IDF is terrorists. Yes, the IDF is terrorism.
Hold on.
So the IDF are terrorists. Israel is doing genocide. Iran is fighting against the IDF terrorist organization doing genocide. Yet Iran are the bad guys.
All right. By the way, chat, I want to show you something. I want to show you a post that I made that would piss off ultras, but is amazing propaganda. All right. Charlie Kirk says, should the U.S. get involved in Israel's war against Iran? He did a poll, and his followers, 89.7% of the people who voted said no, and 10.3% said yes. Okay, this is Charlie Kirk's Twitter poll. So I replied, we have already given Israel $330 billion. Well, 32,882 U.S. veterans are homeless. You Zionist scum disgust me. 9.7K likes. Now, somebody like Bad and Panada would be like, I don't care about homeless American veterans. It's America, or, whatever. If you got PTSD, blah, 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 you deserve it or whatever. And like, don't you understand that the most important thing we can do right now is get people to stop supporting Israel. And quite frankly, I don't think there should be any homeless in America, veteran or no. But I could stab a dagger right into the heart of Charlie Kirk when he's trying to manufacture support for a war against Iran by pointing out these facts. And if you hate Israel, this is exactly the type of rhetoric you could use to convince dumb Americans that supporting Israel is bad.
What's happening? And Iran is the fucking bad guy. They're evil.
What? I have a job. What's an ultra? An ultra is just basically somebody who believes that leftism means you critique. You just critique everything all the time. You're forever critiquing. You never really align with any actual movement or organization. You're just perpetually in critique.
Iran is the bad guys. They're evil. Israel, who he said are terrorists doing genocide, are not.
So far, it does seem like the strikes that Israel's done in Iran, from what I can tell, have been very targeted.
Very strategic. It seems they've been playing it for a long time.
Oh my God. This is the worst Hasbaran propaganda I've ever seen. The worst Hasbaran propaganda I've ever seen. What a pathetic fucking loser he is.
So,
Ethan Klein, debate me. I'm so stupid. It should be easy. Ethan Klein, let's debate on Israel. But here's the thing. You don't get Chat GPT, and you've got to leave your home.
There's not, you know.
Maybe we could do it on the street. Let's do a protest on the street in front of, let's do a debate at a protest. Because you're so left wing and you hate ICE so much. We'll both get big megaphones. We'll stand on we'll get little soapboxes. You'll say your points. I'll say my points. We'll see what the crowd thinks. Come on, Ethan.
There's not, as far as I've heard, any, or at least not massive civilian casualties in Iran.
I heard of civilian casualties. I mean, nothing obviously compared to Gaza, but it's definitely more targeted.
AB is the biggest worm I've ever seen. Remember when people got mad at me for making fun of AB and saying he was a snake and a sellout? You remember that? Remember how people shit on me for that? And they're like, I can't believe a white man is criticizing an Arab man. Remember that? Now he's going, yes, you're right. Iran's casualties are nothing like Gaza. It's the same country bombing both, and they just started bombing Iran. Shut up, AB. Shut the fuck up.
This guy is such a meek little bitch.
Where did you hear that?
As we just went over, 167 out of 400 total casualties was civilian. That is a colossally high ratio, colossally bad ratio. This is just like propaganda for children. This is so stupid. And then he goes on to say here, Iran is the cause of everything. Like, he blames Iran for everything. Like, it's not Israel's 70, 80 plus year long genocide on the Palestinian people that's the cause of any of this. No, it's all Iran. It's all Iran for supporting those less than human Palestinians in fighting back.
Targeted, but hopefully there's no civilian deaths. If there are, that's horrible.
It's horrible. You just supported everything about them. You know, when Israel kills civilians, it's just like, oops, it's horrible. Anyway, let's move on to something else. Actually, let's talk about how the Iranians actually support Israel bombing them.
Because like I said, the Iranian public has got to be. Dude, fuck the Ayatollah.
They're terrible.
They're the worst.
It's so funny how he justifies it this way. Why does that not mean that Israel should be bombed for having Netanyahu then?
They're the problem with every fucking thing in that. It's funny. I feel like everyone blames a lot on Israel. And listen, Israel is a shit stir, and they're fucking mass murdering people in Gaza.
They're mass murdering people in Gaza, yet the people fighting them are the bad guys. You know who's not mass murdering anyone? Iran. So there's no comparison here. It doesn't matter how bad the government is. They're not mass murdering anyone right now, as you just said Israel is. Where is the logic here?
But Iran is is this driving force behind Hamas.
It's all Iran's fault.
I see some Israelis in our chat right now.
I think it's fair to say that Ethan Klein is probably the largest Israeli propagandist in America. Is there anybody who is a bigger Israeli propagandist in America at this point? I think he's number one, right? He and none of these people are there to watch this shit. Look at the title. Ethan gets his fortune read. And here we are doing Hasbaran propaganda. Asman, Asman is so close to breaking. You could already tell. He's like shaking from his anxiety. He's not built for this politics game. He ain't built for this. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait until we get mainstream media to start talking about Asmongold. It's gonna be so fucking awesome. It's gonna be so fucking awesome. Asman, we're coming. We're coming for you, buddy. He might end up with his house condemned. Like, can you imagine if newspaper, you know, like if CNN goes down to his house and starts interviewing his neighbors? They're like, there's so many roaches and there's so many rats flowing out of his house. I've had to hire the exterminator 5 times this year, but he won't clean up and he's such a nuisance. Get his fucking house condemned. This is always the racist fallback. Well, it was the Asians, but I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Sure, Paul, that's why you brought it up. Everyone knows players from Asia count for less than Western ones, but by how much? It would make sense to have a ratio of maybe every 5 players from Asia are equal to 3 Western players. I feel that's a pretty fair compromise. Oh, guys, so the 3/5 compromise, it's so funny. He's so funny. He supports the 3/5 compromise. He's so funny. Oh, see, I could. What a fucking loser, dude. We're gonna post more about Zach. Don't you worry. We really do need Asmongold to get more attention. I'm in favor of giving Asmon as much attention as he can handle. Meet the renegades of the intellectual dark web.
In the safe rooms.
Oh, the poor. Explain what 3/5 is for people like me who don't get it. Oh, okay. The 3/5 compromise reached during the 1787 Constitutional Convention was an agreement that counted 3 out of every 5 enslaved people as part of its state's population for the purposes of representation in the U.S. House of Representatives and for direct taxation. This compromise significantly impacted the political power of the southern states, giving them more representation than they would have had if enslaved people were not counted at all, or less than if they were counted as a full person. Southern states with large enslaved populations wanted these individuals counted to increase their representation in Congress. That's what he's referencing. He's saying we should count Asians as 3/5 of a white man. Actually, I should just say that. I was gonna show you my drafts, but I thought better of it, chat. Let me not show you my drafts. What a fucking rat. Oh, I shouldn't show you those. Any update on the war itself? Yeah, this is too long. I wanna actually watch some war coverage, chat. Sorry. We'll come back to it, but hold on. This is old now.
And she was speaking, she was hearing
Iran state TV says it's being attacked by Israel.
The sound of incoming missile, and she didn't get up from her seat until
they killed Iran's state broadcaster. They just killed some of their they just attacked their like television channel.
You saw the situation. So she was hearing the missile coming, and she was continuing to do her job. Yes. So her dedication to her work is something that you normally don't see. And this is the culture of resistance that Iranians have.
You can definitely see that she is standing there very defiant, looking right at the camera, as you said, doing her job. Is that a symbol of how Iranians are feeling at the moment, despite any disagreements, while it is under attack by Israel?
We have this rally around the flag effect. Even people who had disagreements with the government are watching what you're seeing, and this is not right. It's not right to hit civilians. These people are ordinary citizens. They are journalists. We know what they did to Al Jazeera journalists. We need to remember the lady journalist that was killed by the Israelis a few years ago. In Gaza, we have had more than 200 journalists killed in the genocide, and they want to continue killing journalists. A couple of days ago, Netanyahu was on Israeli television sending a message to Iranians, asking Iranians to do regime change. And it hasn't happened. It hasn't worked. And one reason it hasn't worked is that Iranians have access to impartial media, their own country's media. They're watching their own country's media. Netanyahu is financing a number of media outlets outside Iran, and he wants to eliminate the competition. That's very simple. The Iranian television is competing with a couple of Israeli-financed medias, and he's going to kill journalists. I don't know. I was on air with you when this happened, so I don't know how many people have been killed. But the studios of Iranian television are in the middle of Tehran, in civilian areas. There are no IRGC, there are no military people there, there are no military installations. Netanyahu says that he's representing Western civilization. Welcome to Western civilization. I guess this is what Western civilization is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. Don't go away because we will be coming back to you. But for the time being, joining me in the studio is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari. Dorsa, you've had a chance to hear what the presenter was saying live on air. Perhaps you can give us an idea of what she was saying.
Yeah, she says, listen, what you hear is the sound of the aggressor. And then she says, you hear the sound of the aggressor attacking the truth. And then you hear the Allahu Akbars that come from the other employees there, and she's walking off set. This woman is one of the most famous state TV presenters in the country. Her name is Sahar Emami. She's the mother of two. And these are going to be extraordinary scenes because I have to explain, this TV channel, the state TV, is the most watched inside the country because foreign channels are banned inside Iran. So people use satellite dishes to access foreign media and channels, and it's very difficult most of the time. So this is the most accessible for the general public. This IRIN is part of the State Broadcasting Organization. It is a huge organization and a complex in North Tehran. It is a very well-known area. It's the facility, it's called Seda Sima, and it's been there before the revolution. It was actually built in the 1940s when it was Iran Public Radio.
So it's quite symbolic and has a lot of history.
Absolutely. And then in the late 60s, the television station was added and it grew during the Shah era, and then it was maintained even after the revolution. And it is a large fortified complex. It is very difficult to get inside. Normal people have no access to it. There is a number of buildings, I believe at least 3 or 4 buildings that house the different stations within this facility, this area. And these buildings are situated on a hill in this complex. So they're quite easy targets for a military strike. But certainly, this is going to be a huge shock for the Iranian nation, as not only...
Especially if she's the face of Iran.
This press statement from China condemning Israel's attack on Iran is worth understanding in its full context, as it uses unusually forceful language. China explicitly condemns Israel's violation of Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and firmly opposes the reckless attacks targeting Iranian officials and causing civilian casualties. China supports Iran in safeguarding its national sovereignty, defending its legitimate rights and interests, and ensuring the safety of its people, they say. Just like the U.S. sees arming Ukraine as a means to drain Russian resources, China sees the same opportunity to drain the U.S. by supporting Iran. Iran is a major trading partner with China, particularly when it comes to cheap oil sent to Chinese refineries, which will soon be able to go by train. The oil is extra cheap because of a moronic, self-defeating sanctions policy. Pakistan recently fended off the attack from India using Chinese weapons, which in many cases outperformed Western weapons. So in other words, Israel is stupid to get into a war of attrition with Iran, which is 10 times bigger and backed by a rising power. But whatever, nobody in Israel listens to me. Anyway, the Chinese statement is in the reply. Member of the political bureau of the the Communist Party of China's Central Committee and Foreign Minister Wang Yi had a phone call with the Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi. I can't pronounce Persian names. I can't say their names anymore. People are going to kill me. On the latest developments in the regional situation, saying that Israel's recent brazen attack on Iran caused casualties among Iranian military personnel and civilians, especially the attack on Iran's nuclear facilities, which seriously violated international law. The military operation by the Israeli side is highly dangerous and may drag the entire region into an all-out war. He expressed hope that the international community would voice a unified call for urging Israel to cease its military operations. Israel's actions seriously violate the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter and the basic norms governing international relations. In particular, Israel's attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities have set a dangerous precedent with potentially catastrophic consequences.
Built in this attack.
It certainly sounds that it was very unexpected, this happening, and certainly we can see that they were live on TV. Dorsa, stay here at some point. We're going to come back to you, but I just want to remind our viewers once again, let's take a listen to that.
Iran are now on their fourth days now. We start in the Middle East, where strikes between Israel and Iran are now on their fourth day. Israel says it has full aerial operational control over Tehran after Iran hit Israeli cities with a wave of missiles overnight. Our correspondent Anna Foster is in Jerusalem, covering all of the latest developments for us.
Let me bring you right up to date with the latest on the conflict between Israel and Iran and hostilities here in the Middle East, which continue to increase as 4 days now have passed since those attacks that Israel launched on Iran in the very early hours of Friday morning. Now, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, has warned that the residents of Tehran would, as he put it, pay the price for Iranian attacks on his country's citizens. But he has since qualified that statement that he put on social media. He said that there was no intention to physically harm the city's residents. Now, Israel says the number of people who've been killed by Iranian missiles has risen to 24 since Friday, with 8 of those deaths coming overnight from Sunday into Monday. There were missile attacks against Haifa and Tel Aviv. Now, Iran's health ministry says that more than 220 people have been killed in Israeli attacks since Friday. It's called on European nations to stop what it describes as an Israeli aggression. And the Israeli military says that it killed 4 senior Iranian intelligence officials with a targeted airstrike, and says it now has full aerial operational control over the Iranian capital, Tehran. So it is a fast-moving conflict, as you know, things developing and changing all of the time. We've also been seeing pictures from Tehran of people desperately trying to leave that city. Long queues of cars, traffic jams as people try to leave. Of course, as these Israeli attacks continue, people there trying to protect themselves and their families, and they feel that the best way to do it is to try and get out of the Iranian capital, Tehran, at the moment. Now, Israel has been also experiencing, seeing and hearing and feeling these barrages of Iranian missiles that have been coming towards Haifa, towards Tel Aviv as well. I just want to show you these pictures filmed by our BBC cameraman, Robbie Wright. This is what it looked like early this morning in Tel Aviv. You can see and hear there the sound and the sight of those Iranian missiles being intercepted in the sky high above Israel by its air defense systems. But some of those missiles do get through, and our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bashega is at one of those sites that was hit in one of those barrages of Iranian missiles. Hugo, what is happening where you are?
Yeah, and I'm here in the city of Petah Tikva. This is, one of the cities where there's, an Iranian missile hit a building. So let me just show you, because behind me we can see this 20-story building that was hit. You can see this huge hole in the building. This is the point of impact of this missile. And this attack happened at around 4 o'clock in the morning, and at least 4 people were killed here. And 2 of the victims had been inside bomb shelters at the time of the attack, and the missile struck a wall between the shelters, and the walls of the shelter didn't, collapsed as a result of this direct impact here. Now, there's a lot of work here. All morning residents have been coming to the buildings. This is a residential complex with
Now, the United States, just before Israel launched its attack on Iran, refilled the Iron Dome. So the Iron Dome interceptions are all your tax dollars.
buildings. All of them have been damaged. They've been coming here, visiting their flats, if possible, collecting some objects. They don't know when they're going to be able to return to their homes. But there is a lot of work to repair the damage already happening. And I think the feeling that I got from talking to people here, and also yesterday in a different city that had been attacked, is that people are in shock with the scenes that they're seeing here. And I think there's also the feeling that they felt they were protected by the country's air defense systems. Obviously, Israel has a very sophisticated layer of protection, and now they're saying that this system is not perfect. I mean, I think the strategy here, the Iranian strategy, is to fire dozens, if not hundreds, of missiles and drones at the same time, trying to overwhelm the country's air defense systems. So it's almost inevitable that some missiles are going to penetrate this layer of defense. And the authorities have been telling the population here in Israel that this is a robust, strong system, but it is not perfect. So they've been telling the public to follow the instructions. There's a state of emergency here, to seek shelter when these attacks happen. And the indications from the Israeli authorities are that these attacks against Iran are going to continue. Perhaps this is a prolonged campaign, not days, but weeks. And they're saying that they expect attacks like this to continue.
Hugo Beshega in Petah Tikva, thank you for joining us. Well, BBC Verify has been looking at what satellite imagery can tell us about the damage that's been inflicted by Israel on Iran's military infrastructure and nuclear facilities. Let's hear more from BBC Verify's Merlin Thomas.
As Iran and Israel continue launching strikes, satellite imagery can give us an insight into what's happening on the ground. And it's particularly useful when looking at Iran, where it's incredibly difficult for BBC journalists to operate. Now, let's take a closer look. We've been examining satellite images of Israeli strikes on military infrastructure and nuclear facilities across Iran. These are some of the areas in Iran that we've been analysing. Now, this is an image from the 15th of June of a missile base in Bidkana, which has been hit. And you can see really clear damage from space in the roof of this building. Elsewhere, we can see several areas of damage at the international airport in Tabriz, which is near a reported military base. Now, we've compared images taken on the 13th and the 14th of June, and you can see this blackened area in the centre of the main runway here, and you can see signs of damage to a taxiway at one end, 2 points here where it meets the main runway. And have a look at this. This is Natanz. That's a nuclear site, where you can see damage here in an image on the 14th of June. Now, according to analysis from the Institute for Space and International Security, this electrical substation here was damaged alongside the pilot fuel enrichment plant as well. Now, at BBC Verify, we're still examining more satellite imagery from elsewhere in the country, and we're speaking to experts who can help us understand more about what type of damage we're seeing, and they can tell us what type of targets have been hit too.
Well, the head of the nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, has been talking about damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Now, he says there has been no further damage since Israel's attack was launched on Friday. Rafael Grossi has been addressing what has been called as an extraordinary session of the International Atomic Energy Agency's Board of Governors to discuss those strikes. He said there had been no more damage at the Natanz site in central Iran.
There has been no indication of a physical attack on the underground cascade hall containing part of the pilot fuel enrichment plant and the main fuel enrichment plant. However, the loss of power to the cascade hall may have damaged the centrifuges located. The level of radioactivity outside the Natanz site has remained unchanged and at normal levels, indicating no external radiological impact to the population or the environment from this event.
Well, Mr. Grossi also said that there was no change to radioactivity levels at the Isfahan nuclear site, another key site in Iran. It was also damaged on Friday. But he did have this warning about the ongoing conflict.
Military escalation threatens lives, increases the chance of a radiological release with serious consequences for people and the environment, and delays indispensable work towards a diplomatic solution from for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. Consistent with the objective of the IAEA and its statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation.
Well, that was what Rafael Grossi, the head of the IAEA, had to say at that extraordinary meeting. You can see the level of concern that's being caused by those attacks on Iran's nuclear infrastructure, generally on what it could mean for the civilian population there, and more widely afield as well. Well, let's speak to our correspondent, Gia Gol, from BBC Persian. They, of course, are constantly in touch with people inside Iran. Gia, what do you think that Israel is trying to achieve here? Because the official message is it's about trying to defend Israel, it's about trying to stop Iran from developing a nuclear bomb, but more and more people are talking about an ambition from Israel of regime change in Iran.
Exactly. And if you look what Prime Minister Netanyahu has said in the past few days, he is very clear. He wants regime change in Iran. He has called on Iranian people to rise up against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And if you look what they have done in the past few days, yesterday they wiped out the entire leadership of Iranian Revolutionary Guards intelligence unit. When we talk about military intelligence, we normally deal with military issues. But Revolutionary Guards intelligence unit, they have been very pivotal in suppressing dissidents inside Iran and outside the country. In fact, 2022, there was a mass uprising across the country. IRGC and also its intelligence unit were very crucial in suppressing that uprising. And also today, the IDF says they have targeted Iranian Revolutionary Guards Elite Quds Unit Center in Tehran. It's all seems to me Israel trying to weakening Iranian security forces, which many of them are being used also against dissidents inside Iran. It's all clear. Israel seems to have that policy by weakening Iranian security forces domestically, pave the way and create an environment for Iranian people who are not happy with the situation in Iran, with economic situation, with inflation, and many, frankly, call this war, it is the regime wars, not their wars. That's why I think trying to create that momentum for Iranian people to rise up. But the defense minister, Mr. Katz, very clearly yesterday said Iranian Tehran civilian could be a target. Certainly, it's not in line with what Prime Minister has been saying in the past 2 days.
It's just the idea that whenever they say like, oh, the people should rise up and throw off the regime, that is just lining up for the justification to target civilians later. Because they're going to be like, see, they didn't rise up, therefore they support it, therefore they're enemy combatants. Like, I know that politics is bad and we've all been more than pride and have yet to see any pride candy. I literally went on a trans fundraiser yesterday and I announced it in the Discord. Sorry, but you got plenty of pride candy.
Gia, just briefly, we've seen people trying to leave Tehran, big traffic jams. What do people know? What kind of information are they getting there inside Iran about what is unfolding, what is happening?
Well, Israel has been warning people leave area which is close to military and secret facilities. But the problem is many Iranian people in Tehran, they have no clue where those facilities, where those bases, factories are based, because many of them are secret built places, nobody knows about it. That's why many are extremely worried. They are trying to leave, and even today police says all the entrance of the city is open for people to leave the city if they wish.
Gia Gol, our BBC Persian correspondent, thank you so much for joining us, for your insight as this conflict continues to escalate. There really is no sign that those continuing waves of retaliatory strikes that we're seeing between the two sides, another one here in Israel, barrage of Iranian missiles that arrived at about 4 o'clock this morning. And again, those pictures that we're seeing from Iran, with Israel saying that some of its most senior intelligence leaders have been killed in the last 24 hours. And the biggest oil refinery in the country has also been set alight by Iranian attacks. So it is very fast moving.
So, you know the old saying, it's socialism or barbarism? Israel represents barbarism. Ironically, a lot of people say Israel represents Western civilization. And it's like Israel is targeting civilians. Israel is targeting journalists. Israel is targeting poets and doctors. They're targeting. And what does Israel produce? Bombs, spyware, surveillance equipment. Like, what is Israel a big producer of? Stolen diamonds from stolen blood diamonds. It is absolutely 100,000% barbarism. And if people say Israel represents Western civilization, then that would be the biggest condemnation of Western civilization that you could come up with.
It's a very complex story, even for the diplomats to follow. But that is the question, really, about how this might be resolved, what might be next for this conflict, and if anybody has the ability, I suppose, to control what Israel and Iran decide to do next. Well, joining me now is Vali Nasser, a professor of International Affairs and Middle East Studies at the Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies. Thank you for joining us here on BBC News. What is your assessment of what you're seeing so far, and whether there is anything that could be happening in the next sort of 24, 48 hours, short term, that could bring this to a halt? Because at the moment people are saying that this could last for weeks or even longer.
I do not see a stop to this conflict in the short term, because this is now a full-fledged war. Israel has started this war with the aim of destroying Iran's nuclear program, and it's not close to having achieved that. And it wanted also to downgrade and destabilize the Iranian state. It has assassinated a number of leaders. It has hit a lot of targets, but it hasn't achieved that either. And if in the face of Iranian missiles, Israel was to stop now, it would look like it has failed in its mission. Similarly, Iran does not want to be seen that it has caved to Israeli military attack, and it wants to push Israel to recalibrate and recalculate the cost that it's incurring by waging this war. I think the two sides are going to bloody one another for a while longer before there might be an opening for any kind of a ceasefire conversation.
Who has influence on what is happening right now? So, for example, in the last 24 hours or so, we heard that Israel had plans to assassinate the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei. But the US President Donald Trump put paid to that and said that he would not support it, and that's why it didn't happen. Equally, a suggestion that Russia's Vladimir Putin might start to become some sort of peacemaker, which would be a departure for him to get involved and arrange some sort of ceasefire. Who is really in control here of what's going on?
I mean, the only country that literally can actually bring about some form of ceasefire or mediate is the United States, because the United States alone has influence with Israel, the kind of influence that can change Israel's position. And also the United States has the kind of leverage with Iran in form of nuclear negotiations, sanctions relief that would be of interest to the Iranians. President Trump could use President Putin as a go-between, but President Putin cannot do that on his own. And I think President Trump saying that he vetoed the killing of Iran's supreme leader may or may not be true. But the reason that he's saying it is to provide political space for the Iranian leadership to accept a U.S. mediating role. So he's trying to play good cop in order to be able to have some kind of an influence on the outcome.
Vali Nasser, thank you for joining us, for sharing your analysis with us. Really appreciate it. And that is really key right now, is who actually has the power to try and affect what's happening here in the Middle East. And certainly all eyes are on the US, particularly as the US President Donald Trump over the weekend has really oscillated between several different positions, at times seeming to support what was happening. And that was after the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio put out a statement very early on distancing the US from what was happening. There were real concerns for both US, UK, French and other assets here in the region. So I think, Lucy, one thing that we're going to be talking about a lot more in these next few days, and which I know you're about to talk more about now, is diplomacy. When world leaders are getting together, the conversations that they are having, they will really be trying to work out how they can perhaps navigate a path through this between two sides, neither of whom at the moment wants to back down.
Anna Foster there with the very latest for us from Jerusalem. We do have lots of lines.
Drop site has reported that Israel has confirmed they don't have bunker busting capabilities with their current munitions to take out nuclear facilities in Iran. Okay, here's my position. No capability yet without U.S. bunker busters. Only the U.S. possesses the heavy penetration bombs needed to strike Iran's fortified nuclear sites. I think my number one overall analysis of this is there needs to be a heavy focus on upgrading air defense tactics for people opposed to Israel. It is the primary way which Israel is able to commit indiscriminate death.
Pictures coming to us from Israel. You can see here the site of one of the Iranian strikes in Bnei Brak. A crowd of people there just gathered around. We also have the skyline for you of Tel Aviv as well. Israel now saying at least 8 people have been killed in a third night of bombardment of Israeli cities. That brings the total to 24. Nearly 300 people are being treated in hospital. The Israeli military now says it's destroyed 1/3 of Iran's surface-to-surface launches. Tehran is accusing Israel of targeting a hospital in western Iran, condemning it now as a war crime as well. And just to tell you, Iranian authorities are saying the number of people killed there since Friday is 244. More for you on the BBC News website.
This is the stupidest article of all time. One thing the candidates share, I suppose, is that both get accused of being Nepo babies. Mamdani's mother made the 1991 indie romance Mississippi Masala. Cuomo's father was governor of New York. Let's just count the words dedicated to each person being accused of being a Nepo baby. Mamdani's mother made the 1991, which, by the way, that should be more words. We'll just count that as one. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think you could probably expand on the idea that somebody's father being governor might have more of a Nepo baby effect in politics than somebody's mother being a filmmaker for an independent filmmaker. Like, how is that you're now a Nepo baby in politics? Is Nepo baby just mean you have parents? Is that Nepo baby now? You just have parents? My father ended up to being a very successful man. Now, I left home right as he was starting to catch his stride. Same thing with my mother. She had me at 22 and I left home when she was 40. So am I now a Nepo baby? Like, not even the U.S. can penetrate below 150 meters of reinforced concrete and granite. Only a bunker buster nuke would be able to reach the nuclear facilities. Yeah, it's idiotic bullshit. And like, I think maybe you should expand on the fact that Cuomo is, the New York City Democratic Party machine. But the reason why she wrote this is so that she could, in the minds of her readers, flatten the distinction between the two. You see this a lot. This is actually one of the hallmarks that somebody's a liar. Like, when you see this type of behavior, you are dealing with a manipulator. Like, period. Like, you should never trust this person. They're a fucking liar, is when they try to flatten things that are massively different. It's like when somebody tries to flatten a convicted rapist with somebody who was like accused of making someone feel uncomfortable and like trying to equate the two. Oh, it's all sexual misconduct. What can you do? Tectone is a Nepo baby sexual assaulter or sexual harasser.
Regular people that are trusted by the system that attend, for example, events attended by the supreme leader, events that the president attends, events that the Revolutionary Guard members go to and speak. So even us as foreign journalists in Iran, we rely on state television to get footage, to get the information of officials and what they say and where they move around in the country from state television. So it's hugely important. And for people to see scenes like this is going to have a huge psychological impact.
I was just about to say, is this also partly to put the fear in the Iranian public to say that we are going after your leaders? And of course, there's been this theory, which Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, hasn't hidden from anyone, that they are looking clearly for a regime change.
Certainly, and I think one of the first things that foreign governments usually do when they're seeking regime change is attack the state-controlled media. We've seen this over and over again a lot in Latin America during uprisings and revolutions that have happened there. The state media is always a target. So this is extremely significant and important, and it's a sign that the stated aim of all of this, since that started since Friday, is not only to assassinate, diminish, demolish, reduce Iran's military and nuclear capabilities, but clearly going after infrastructure, which we saw Israel do from Saturday, the South Pars gas fields, the oil facilities and infrastructure and oil depots, and now the state television. There is a systematic basically calculus that Israel is following, and this is the next step that we're seeing.
And the fact that this attack has happened so close to foreign embassies indicates in a way that Israel feels that it has complete free reign. Thanks very much, Dorsa Jabari. Now it's just gone past 16 GMT hours, and Iran's state television building has been attacked by an Israeli air raid.
How likely do you think we are to see boots on the ground? When you are discussing fascist foreign policy, you can no longer discuss rationality. You're asking me to analyze the ravings of a madman. You're asking me to predict which cockroach the schizophrenic is going to befriend. There is no meaningful analysis that can be applied to fascist idiots. Like, the United States was just defeated in Iraq and Afghanistan. Defeated. Took the L, retreated. Their enemies were victorious. The idea that the United States could effectively wage a war in Iran and the outcome be positive for the United States' long-term goals is absolutely nonsense, to the point where the fact that this attack is happening is already unbelievable.
Bringing an end to a live broadcast. This is the moment that it happened.
که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای
Yeah, you hate America and the hand that feeds you. The hand that feeds you. I mean, my favorite part of this is you're just such a fucking bootlicker in your heart of hearts. You have to kiss ass, no matter how bad and how incoherent and how dangerous a decision is. I have no business fighting Iran. They are not a threat to me. The United States of America should be out of the Middle East. The United States of America should be out of South America. The United States of America should be out of South Korea and out of Japan and out of Europe. If we want to have a reasonable military to protect our oceans, that's fine. You want to have a deterrent capability to prevent us from some sort of crazy nuclear strike? Fine. That could be justified from logic. But us having a globe-spanning empire doesn't make me any better off. It doesn't. In fact, it puts me at risk. Marks and me, thank you for the 50 tier ones. If I'm gonna be killed by violence, the overwhelming likelihood is I'm gonna be killed by an American, not an Iranian. The threats to my life are here in the United States. It's the capitalists that don't guarantee healthcare or housing. It's the capitalists that put pollutants in the air, that force us in car-dependent infrastructure, that charges such high rents it's hard for us to save for retirement or a home. Those are the threats to my life. It's not Iranians. It's not Palestinians. It's oil and gas companies exporting our oil and gas so they can make profits while my elderly relatives freeze. And if you're a rational person, you know everything I'm saying is true. You're far more likely to be killed by an American cop than you are an Iranian anything.
The relationship between America and also, like, I don't understand the relationship between America and Israel. It's like it's the most effed up situation ever. We're like the world's most pathetic sugar daddy. We give them billions of dollars and they shit on us. Like Mr. Jonathan said, now we're ganging on them. We're not helpful. Dude, we gave you $30 billion to bomb children and it's not enough for you. Like, I mean, at least when you pay a dominatrix, you know that you're getting fucked. But this is just America having a public humiliation king while getting fucked, and they call this foreign policy. They are arresting American students on American soils for protesting Israeli war crimes. What the hell, man? This is like your crack whore making you beat your children for calling her what she is, a whore. The thing, this is what really boggles me in America. The right and the left, they fight each other tooth and nail over gun control, education, minorities' rights, healthcare, DEI. But when it comes to Israel, everybody competes to be Israel's favorite bitch. Republicans hate handouts unless it's for Israel. And Democrats, they love human rights unless it's for the Palestinians. I mean, this is a Delulu state. You guys are Delulu. You are Delulu. Like, I came here today to witness for myself how someone can lie so shamelessly. The guy is like a human pinball machine. Every question lies on him, ends on Hamas. Is like a magic 8-ball with one answer. Hamas. Yani, at least flat earthers, they make things interesting. You guys are boring. You are like the same thing. I left all of this. I left the media because of this. I come back. It's a freaking Groundhog Day. Every day, the same question, the same thing. Nobody believes you. You are liars.
Okay.
Nobody believes you.
Okay. Let me.
So I don't.
Asim is cooking. You think this is likely? The USS Nimitz is 50 years old and is slated for retirement next year. The U.S. is probably going to have to steel bomb it, blame it on Iran, and use that to justify all sorts of heinous crimes. I mean, if the United States of America has an aircraft carrier sunk by Iran, which I think this person's fucking crazy. The U.S. would never do that. That's not going to make Americans want to fight. It's not. It's really not. If anything, I think people are totally wrong. I think people are totally wrong with the conditions of this country. I think the average American is like in a storm the Bastille type mentality. I think our elite is so delusional. I think our elites are so delusional about where the country is. I think if Donald Trump found himself going the way of the monarchs of the French Revolution, Americans would cheer and they wouldn't care one iota. I think our country is on the verge of an explosion. And if you think Americans are going to support a war on Iran, you're fucking a delusional maniac. This is not 2001. A clear and obvious example of opposition to freedom of speech. The Hoda news building was not targeted. Freedom of speech, the voice of truth, the voice that is the voice of women, men, and children who have been martyred in recent days, was actually targeted. The Zionist enemy, once again, made a miscalculation about the sacred system of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Oh, God. Oh, boy.
Abruptly bringing an end to a live broadcast. This is the moment where it happened.
که شنیدید صدای متجاوز به خاک وطن، صدای متجاوز به صدای حق و حقیقت است. آنچه که ملاحظه کردید، صدایی که شنیدید، فضای غبارآلود استادیوم.
This is the sound of aggression against the homeland. That's what the TV presenter said there as those strikes hit. This was the scene outside the television building moments after the Israeli attack. State TV has since resumed live broadcast. Multiple explosions have rocked other parts of Tehran as well. Take a listen. It follows the Israeli military eschewing evacuation threats to residents in parts of the capital for the first time since the conflict started on Friday. There are no bomb shelters in Tehran, and there's been heavy traffic as people scramble to leave the capital. Iran now says it's preparing for, quote, the largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israeli soil as a response. Right, well, let's take a look at the geography of this area in Tehran, where Israel issued its evacuation threat. Now, that's District 3 of the Iranian capital. The state television building is just outside this area. Inside this area, there are some European embassies, UN offices, and Revolutionary Guard offices. And in Iran's northwest, authorities say an Israeli strike has hit a hospital in the city of Kermanshah. The facility was damaged and patients were injured. That's according to state media. Iran's foreign ministry is calling it a war.
What does Iran waiting for? Oh, how can we make left-wing politics cool to appeal to young men voting right? The number one thing that you need is a very strong candidate. That's number one. You need a very strong candidate that we can organize around. This is why electoral politics is so important. Most of us got into the left because of somebody called Bernard Sanders. Let's be honest. It's not embarrassing. Now, I was a left-winger before Bernie Sanders. But for all of you, you got into politics because of Bernie Sanders. Now, for me, Bernie Sanders helped me move more to the left. So I'm right there with you, okay? But I was already a progressive or whatever the fuck before Bernie, all right? So I don't arrive at my views because I admire an individual. I come to my views based on my own reason and intellect and beliefs, okay? So the number one thing that made leftism grow in America was having a chance at power. This is a cold-hearted truth. If we have, it seems like, an opportunity to win power, then a lot more people are going to be able to listen to you or be willing to listen to you. People have no time for shit that ain't gonna happen ever. So the number one thing we have to do is have actual left-winger who has a chance at power. That's step one. Step two, make arguments that are not annoying. Be fun, be cool. Have fun and cool people around you. Have policies that people agree with and want to pursue. That's the way you get young men. All right. You're not going to get young men by pandering to young men. All right. It's like, which Disney, I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about in pop culture. The Disney Star Wars shows that pander the most to Star Wars fans, that have the lightsabers and the baby Yodas and all that other shit, are crap. So the only show that they've made that actually treats the audience like an adult and tries to do something new is what everybody loves. So when you try to just pander to young men by going on their stupid podcasts and, you know, standing next to celebrities, it doesn't work. You have to appeal to them on your own. It's the same thing, and this is the same way that streaming works, right? There are plenty of streamers who get amazing opportunities and never pop off. Now, some of that is bad luck, but a lot of the time it's because there's no talent there. There's no reason for you to go watch that person that draws you in. In order for you to be a good candidate, in order for the left to win, it has to authentically attract people because of what it stands for and how it presents. You can't just pander. You can't just have a strategy. What's wrong with the Democrats is not a media strategy. What's wrong with the Democrats is what they stand for. Young men are not vibing for what they stand for. That's why there's been a problem with young men. So if you want young men back, if you want young men to be going left, then you need to have policies that they can believe in. You've got to have a face that they trust. That's it. We need a leader that offers strong socialist propositions and a commitment to non-interventionist policies. Now, here's another truth nuke. Are you ready for truth nuke 2? Very few people know what socialism means. Very few people know what socialism means. Socialism is a buzzword to most people. It is a placeholder. People don't know what moderate means. People don't know what liberal means. People don't know what progressive means. People don't know what conservative means. These are all meaningless signifiers that don't have any attachment to political science, okay? They don't know what any of that fucking shit means. So the question is, why are we talking about these things? The answer is because it's about our project. And I am a socialist, and I do know what it means. So I want to have this political project with a longer term connection to both our past and hopefully the future. That being said, when I talk to regular people and I say the word socialist, they have no idea what it fucking means. And who cares? Who fucking cares if they know what it means or not? If you have a movement that has motion, if you have a movement that is speaking to people they will call themselves socialists before they even know what it means. And that's what we should be aiming at. Building something that just so authentically draws people in that they identify more than what they know. That is the key. I was out at my DSA chapter tabling at our No Kings rally, and we had multiple people tell us, I love what you stand for, but why would you call yourself socialist? That's an issue for me. Because socialism is good. Socialism stands for the workers and the people that actually work for a wage having more power. And there are socialist, strong socialist parties in Spain, in Austria, in the Scandinavian countries. Those social democratic and socialist parties are winning power, and they care about the worker. And so I connect myself to those movements, and I am not a coward, and I'm not going to let a Republican define me. I call myself a socialist so that every right-winger knows that I am going to stand up to them with every ounce of my being. That's what socialism means to me. Fighting the capitalists, fighting the corrupt, fighting the billionaires. If you are a fighter, you call yourself a socialist. If you are a compromiser, if you want to bend down and say we've got a bipartisan work across the aisle with Hitler, then don't call yourself a socialist. There's a reason why Hitler arrested the socialists first, because we are the ones who fight fascism hardest, and they know it. So I'm not scared. That's why I call myself a socialist, because I ain't scared of them.
War crime. Israel has said it has no intention of killing civilians. However, at least 224 people have been killed since Israel started its attacks on Iran on Friday, and that includes 70 women and children. Right, well, reporting from outside the state TV building, a reporter said that many of his colleagues were still inside the building when the strike happened. Let's take a listen.
I'm Yunus Shadlu, a defense editor. Over the years, I've done many reports, and we have exposed the hollow might of the child-killing Zionist regime to the world from here. I don't know how many of my colleagues are still inside right now. We have been given evacuation warnings, but everyone stayed until the very last moment to show the true face of the Zionist regime to the world.
All right, we'll join.
Philly DSA and PSL did a great job integrating into the No Kings protest. Chanting in the crowd felt like we were creating permission sugars for libs in real time. Everybody who tries to get you engaged in this, like, oh, No Kings was liberal and you had nothing to do with it, is lying, and they're tricking you. Don't let your polarization against annoying centrist libs online get you tricked into avoiding a chance of organizing regular people. And yes, regular people are going to be attracted to more mellow protests because they don't want to fight. They don't want to have hate. They don't want to be confronting things. They want to be calm and peaceful and kind. That's most people. So if you're a person who's been radicalized into realizing you need to fight, you shouldn't have contempt for those people that haven't had those same experiences yet. You should recognize that they're in their heart, they're kind and good. And you have an opportunity to talk to them and humanize yourself to them. Take advantage. Say thank you. When people are out on the streets, that's our turf. Don't give that up to liberals because of some sort of aesthetic problem. Shut the fuck up. It's the same thing with the American flag. I don't personally burn the American flag. Why? Because almost every American has an ingrained from their birth positive experiences with the American flag. You know, 4th of July and just like general shit. I don't burn it because it is something that personally just caricatures myself. Now, if somebody else burns it, I say fucking burn away. I will never criticize someone for burning the American flag, and I'll die to defend your right to burn the American flag. Burn the American flag all you want. But for myself and the role that I'm playing, which is talking to people, I don't want them to turn off their brain and go grug mode. I actually think the best thing you could do with the American flag is hang it upside down. I think the best thing you could do is hang that shit upside down because it means basically the same thing, that America's in distress, America's fucked up, while appropriating the image. Because I feel like if you just fly the American flag right side up, you're kind of doing jingoism. You're kind of like supporting what's going on with our country, which is absolutely fucking depraved. But if you fly it upside down, it draws the eye. People are commenting and thinking and going like, why are you flying this flag upside down? And you'd be like, because I love America, but it's too fucked up and it's got to change. That's how you talk to, like, it's a better way of talking to regular people while also saying to the American government. That being said, if someone wants to burn the flag, they can burn the fucking flag. I would never, ever, ever tell you not to do that. I'm just talking about persuasion. One of the things that you need to learn as a left-winger is that different audiences need different approaches. All right? Different audiences, different approaches. Never lie. Never contradict yourself. Different audience, different approach.
Joining me back in the studio is our correspondent, Dorsa Jabari. As journalists ourselves, we know how scary that idea of being attacked while you're doing your job. How do you think they would have been feeling and coping with this at the moment?
I think it was a huge shock. Israel did issue forced evacuation threats about an hour or so prior to launching this attack. But I don't believe any of those journalists took it seriously or believed that they would actually attack this state institution. State TV in Iran, this building is part of a large complex in North Tehran. It is near the Esteghlal Hotel, which is one of the oldest hotels. It is near Park Millat, one of the biggest public parks in the city. And I used to live about 2 kilometers from State TV, so I know the area quite well. This building, this complex, is home to about 3 to 4 buildings that have been there for decades. Iranian state radio that was launched in 1940 launched from this complex. And then in the late 1960s, the government at the time launched the state television. And again, it stayed in this compound. And it's just grown over the years. State TV is a huge entity. It employs anywhere between 30 to 50,000 people. It has TV stations all across the country. There are program channels. And the footage that we saw is from the 24-hour news channel that we saw.
And presumably a lot of people would have been watching state TV during this time because everyone wants to keep...
I legitimately think that what Israel is doing to Iran may be one of the dumbest moves since Russia invaded Ukraine. It is one of the dumbest fucking moves I've ever seen in the history of geopolitics. Like, Russia invading Ukraine was stupid. Like, Russia already had a pretty effective dirty war through proxies in the East, and they had taken Crimea without anybody really punishing them. Invading Ukraine was fucking stupid. All right, way too high risk of a maneuver and not worth it. Actually dumb as fuck. Israel attacking Iran is the same thing. Yes, they could do damage. Yes, they could degrade Iran's state capacity to inflict certain types of war. But the idea that they're going to, like, topple the regime or anything is absolutely batshit crazy. And if anything, this empowers the most right-wing elements of Iranian society to pursue a nuclear weapon. And I think a lot more countries are going to see this and go, when Iran gets a nuclear weapon, and say, listen, they were attacked illegally by a nuclear power. This is the only justified deterrent. Like, I think the whole nuclear proliferation regime is falling down because of this stupid shit. And then when Iran gets a nuke, what? Saudi Arabia is going to try to get a nuke. The home of Al-Qaeda and ISIS is going to get a nuke because of this attack. The American government has to be stopped. The Israel government has to be stopped.
Across what's going on in their country, because these strikes are indiscriminate. It's across the whole of the country.
Absolutely. Iranians, locals, get their information from state television because international TV channels are banned in Iran. Most people do have satellite dishes to watch other programs, but the main source of information inside the country comes from state television. All the officials in Iran, including the Supreme Leader's messages or events that he attends, are all first given to state television. So even us as foreign journalists, we are not usually invited to those events for security reasons. So we get our information also from state television. So they're a huge entity, and people rely on them for a plethora of different things, including what is happening inside the country. So this attack, while the presenter, whose name is Sahar Emami, mother of 2, was reading the news and stayed in her chair until the very last minute before she could hear the strikes coming. She chose to stay in her seats and then get out at the very last minute, the moment of impact, is hugely significant for the public watching.
Presumably she'll be seen as a hero for doing that. And is that likely to rally the Iranians together during this time?
Absolutely. This is going to be seen as a serious escalation because Israel is no longer attacking the entities that is related to its stated aim, which is to weaken the country's nuclear program, as well as to diminish the missile program in Iran. The state television has nothing to do with those entities. It is completely separate. But according to Israeli officials we just heard in the last hour, they want to get rid of the mouthpiece of this regime, they say. And it is going to be seen as a huge violation of international law to carry out this kind of attack. And of course, it's going to only further infuriate the general public in Iran, regardless of what they think of state television and its employees. This attack is not just on state television. It's not just an attack on state media. It is an attack on the Iranian nation.
They've gone for the Achilles heel, it seems here, the connection between the leaders and the public. Thanks very much, Dorsa Jabari there. Right, well, let's go to Tawhid Asadi, who's live for us in Tehran. Tawhid,
all right, chat, let's get some more of the Western perspective. Are you guys ready for some absolute brain rot?
Longtime Democrat Randi Weingarten stepping down from her DNC post after criticizing Ken Martin's leadership. The teachers union president writing a letter to Martin saying, quote, "I appear to be out of step with the leadership you are forging, and I do not want to be the one who keeps questioning why we are not enlarging our tent and actively trying to engage more of our communities." Former Michigan gubernatorial candidate Tudor Dixon joins me now. And Tudor, for those that don't know, Ken Martin now runs...
Tudor Dixon is now on Fox News? Oh my God, of course. Holy shit. Can you imagine if we had anything like Fox News on the left? Like, this is the first time I've been legitimately like, God damn, dude, the grift on the right is so fucking easy.
The DNC, he had a little battle with his vice chair, David Hogg, and David Hogg's now out. Randi Weingarten's out. The latest example of the Democrat Party literally imploding at the seams, Tudor. Do they get it together before the midterms?
Oh, I mean, right. It's almost like we're watching a breakup every single day now. But I think the more important thing to talk about here is that the Democrat Party is not radical enough for these people. We said that for a long time, especially during 2020 when Randi Weingarten was keeping kids out of school. She had a huge influence over our children's education, and it was for the negative. And yet people were saying, no, she's just a moderate Democrat. She's not a moderate. David Hogg was not a moderate. David Hogg was ousted because he was trying to primary Democrats that he did not think were socialist enough. This party is breaking right now because it's not the moderate old Democrat Party. They are moving towards socialism. And when she says she wants to include other communities, they're not American communities. And that's the problem. The Democrats don't want, they see why some of them see why they lost in 2024. And Randi Weingarten doesn't want to hear about it. David Hogg doesn't want to hear about it. And we may just see the party completely break apart.
Okay,
first of all, chat, let me just say that I wish that were true. I wish that were true. That's my greatest fantasy. Because if America got a leftist party, oh my God, like a left-wing populist, not like an annoying rad lib, but like a left-wing populist party, a dirtbag leftist party, we would fucking annihilate the Republican Party. The Republican Party would be losing in fucking West Virginia. Like, it would be hilarious. Hilarious. If we actually got a New Deal style federal government again. That's what they're so frightened of. They're frightened of the idea of you looking out at your country and going, wow, it's a lot nicer than it was 8 years ago. That's their biggest fucking nightmare. And does that happen to you? Have you at any point in your life, and be honest, felt like, wow, things are a lot better than they were 8 years ago? Wow, it's really cool. I'm so glad that this X, Y, and Z thing is now open that we didn't used to have. You know how rare that is? Everything is getting worse. Everything is getting worse.
You're an expert in politics. Which one of these sides wins out in the end? The new blood, the David Hoggs of the world, really trying to force this party even further to the left, or what I'm going to call the old guard, And I don't really know what their position is, to be quite frank with you. All I know is that old guard that's being led by Ken Martin wants to retain power at all costs. So which side wins out?
Well, I think we're going to be watching very closely what happens in your city of New York this next couple of weeks as we watch this primary play out, and we see that the candidate who has openly said, I am a socialist and I want to bring socialist policies to one of the most powerful cities in the world, and he's gaining traction. This is happening right now in the Democrat Party, and I believe that if we see that go that direction, if we see him win that primary, then the Democrat Party is very close to being completely lost.
I think that's a really good indicator. I think you're right to point that out. Somebody who seems to be absolutely on the outs with his own party, Senator John Fetterman, facing backlash yet again from the Democrats for supporting Trump's military parade on Saturday, posting the following on X. This parade is comprised of our sons, daughters, mothers, and fathers, the very best of us. Regardless of your politics, it's appropriate to celebrate the 250 years of sacrifice, dedication, and service. But that wasn't good enough for the left. A Philadelphia progressive group leader calling out Fetterman at a No Kings protest over the weekend, saying the following: we are looking to the leaders who will fight for us, because even today there are folks among the Democrat Party who think we should roll over and play dead. Anyone seen John Fetterman here? Look, this parade was patriotism, not politics. Why can't the progressive left acknowledge and honor the parade, honor our sacrifices of our brave men and women in the military who ultimately fought for that right to do what they did over this?
I mean, like, honestly, listening to Fox News is just comically stupid. And it's one of those things where I hate to use the phrase IQ, but I've been using it a lot more lately because it is very concise to the concept that I'm talking about, which is every human being has a current cognitive ability. That is the ability to take in information, process it, and come out with an output, right? Like, we all, whether or not you call it IQ or intelligence or whatever, we all have a certain type, and it may vary from time to time, or how sick you feel, how tired you are, whether you're caffeinated, whether you have your Adderall that day, whether you ate lunch yet. You know, we all have a certain amount of like brain power, right? And whenever I watch Fox News, I'm always struck by how all of the content, if you have a functioning brain, is just laughably fucking stupid. How do these people go out there and say this stuff without being embarrassed?
This weekend, which is those No Kings protests. It doesn't make sense to her.
No, it doesn't make sense. I mean, this is really an extension of the conversation that we're already having. I was watching the parade over the weekend, and I think one of the most powerful moments, honestly, was when Joey Jones was on your program talking about this, and he said, look, we fought this war for 20 years. We came home, it ended badly. No one talked about it. There was no celebration. Morale was at an all-time low when Donald Trump took office. And now, today, we spend the day celebrating the people that went out there and fight and lost limbs.
Open presents with the 50 bomb. Holy shit. I've noticed this new trend of Trump Fox always resorting to, why can't you be happy and thankful and grateful for X, Y, and Z? And it truly comes off as a toddler temper tantrum over people not falling for dumb fuck propaganda. The answer is, if you want to know why they talk like this, is Fox News knows that their audience are 70 years old, 70-year-old boomer conservatives. And so they talk like that because that's what their audience talks like. And so this kind of like, oh, the young generations are not grateful, is the boomer curmudgeon who watches their sit. Don Sidbo, thank you for the tier 3. There we go. We got it. Third time's the charm. Israel is reporting that 2 Mossad agents were arrested by Iran. Iran says it has arrested 2 individuals and accused of being members of Israel's intelligence agency Mossad in the province while they were preparing explosives and electric devices. Devastation grows as Iran targets Israel's civilian areas despite interceptors and shelters. U.S. assisting with defense. Iran has fired 280 ballistic missiles at Israel. Military said dozens of missiles were not intercepted according to protocol. Several missiles, though, have breached air defenses, according to the IDF, striking residential areas. They claim the entire city is residential. It doesn't matter where it hits. It hit the like Israeli Pentagon, and they call it a residential area, literally. The military has emphasized that as good as Israel's multi-layered air defenses are, they're not hermetic. It has urged Israelis to heed home front command instructions to take shelter in safe rooms and bomb shelters. 14 people have been killed and hundreds have been wounded in missile impacts. International help. Oh, here's the good one. American air defense systems and a U.S. Navy destroyer helped Israel shoot down incoming ballistic missiles on Friday. So we're in the war. We're in the war. We're on the side of Iran. We're in the fucking war. Aside from the U.S., Israel's allies in the region are not capable of shooting down ballistic missiles, which have a short flight time of around 10 minutes and are challenging to intercept, requiring advanced air defense system like Israel's Arrow or the U.S.'s THAAD, which is Theater High Altitude Air Defense.
Like Joey Jones, he was showing how much it meant to him and talking about how much it meant to everybody else. Why in the world would that be something the Democrats would attack? And this, again, goes to the fact that their party is just separating from American values, celebrating the people that keep you safe. It makes me laugh because this is also the party that wants to have an award ceremony for everything, and they want to make a big deal and dress up, and they want to be on TV. But to celebrate the men and women that allow them to do that every day, that allow them to dress in any way they want and go out and get whatever award they want, they won't take the time to celebrate them. That makes me sick.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before we start introducing him as independent John Fetterman. But we'll see. Judah Dixon, thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
When was the last time the U.S. military kept us safe? World War II.
Fighting between Israel and Iran's entered a fourth day after Israel launched a sweeping, unprovoked attack. Since Friday, Israel's assassinated 9 Iranian nuclear scientists and much of Iran's military and intelligence leadership, including the intelligence chief and deputy intelligence chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they were killed on Sunday. Earlier today, Israel struck the command center of Iran's Quds Force. Iran's health ministry reports a total of 224 people have been killed in the Israeli attacks. Iran has responded by launching a wave of missile attacks on Tel Aviv, Haifa, and other Israeli cities, killing at least 24 people and injuring more than 500. One missile reportedly fell near the U.S. embassy. Israel attacked Iran Friday, just 2 days before the U.S. and Iran were scheduled to hold another round of nuclear talks. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi accused Israel of sabotaging the talks.
The Israeli government is neither seeking any type of agreement on the nuclear issue nor looking for negotiations or diplomacy. Attacking Iran in the midst of nuclear negotiations demonstrates Israel's disagreement with any form of negotiation. What has transpired now is precisely an attempt to sabotage diplomacy and negotiations, and we regret that the United States took part in it.
This comes as President Trump and other world leaders arrive in Calgary, Canada, ahead of the G7 summit. The G7 includes the U.S., Canada, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the United Kingdom.
Well, they got rid of Russia and China, so now we're just doing G7s. G7's forever.
The Israel-Iran conflict is expected to be topping the agenda. President Trump's posting about the conflict on his social media platform, Truth Social, where he's denied any U.S. involvement in the attacks and said his administration remains committed to a diplomatic resolution on Iran's nuclear program, but then said something about the sides having to continue to fight. We're joined now by 2 guests. Orly Noy is an Iranian-Israeli political activist and editor of the Hebrew-language news site Local Call. She's also chair of B'Tselem's executive board. Her new piece for 972 is headlined, "Israel's greatest threat isn't Iran or Hamas, but its own hubris." She's joining us from Jerusalem. Ali Vaez is with us from Washington, D.C., the Iran project director at the International Crisis Group. His latest piece for Time magazine is headlined, "The Grim Reality of the Conflict Between Iran and Israel." We welcome you both back to Democracy Now! Ali, let's begin with you. The significance of the timing of Israel's attack on Iran that seems to be expanding on both sides right before the U.S. was negotiating with Iran on a nuclear deal in Oman. Those talks called off because of this attack. Ali.
Good to be with you. Look, I think Benjamin Netanyahu basically bombed away President Trump's only possibility for a diplomatic win early on in his second term. The reality is that if you look at the three main files that Steve Witkoff, his special envoy for the Middle East, was working on, Gaza, Ukraine, and Iran, it was only in the case of Iran that the Iranian leadership shared the political will and the objective of getting a diplomatic settlement, whereas that doesn't apply necessarily to Putin in Russia or Netanyahu when it gets to the Gaza war. But by taking this preemptive strike against Iran, Netanyahu basically ensured that the door to diplomacy is closed for the foreseeable future.
And explain, I mean, the number of nuclear scientists, leadership in Iran who have been killed, the level of, it seems, such almost complete penetration of the Iranian leadership to be able to kill all of these leaders within Iran. Talk about the significance of that. And then the latest we heard of the media reporting, according to various sources, President Trump vetoed killing the supreme leader, Ali Khamenei.
Bullshit. This is such a stupid fucking, I'm sorry. Democracy Now's extremely rare L. Stop buying this bullshit. Donald Trump is not on your side. You're getting owned. He's fucking fooling you people. He has no interest in being a peacemaker. Why are you falling for his dumbass shit? He's lying. It's called lying.
Yeah, look, there is two things could be true at the same time. One is that Israel has deeply penetrated the Iranian system. There is no doubt that the Islamic Republic has serious intelligence loopholes that Israel had used over the years for covert operations, whether they were sabotage of nuclear facilities or assassination of nuclear scientists and IRGC commanders. What's impressive about this round of confrontation between the two countries is that everything is happening at the same time. We're seeing the military attacks by Israel on Iranian territory that happened in 2024, all of these covert operations, a high degree of electronic warfare, cyber warfare, psychological operations, all happening at the same time. But it is also true that the Iranian...
Have you had a chance to discuss what you disagree about with the Squirrel with their Iran strategy analysis? They were having a major moment last night. Would love your thought. I don't think they're necessarily wrong. I think that a lot of people... funnily enough, I studied geopolitics and military doctrine. So I am a rare leftist who has had academic work done on military doctrine. Okay? I don't know how many other people that you see tweeting or streaming have studied military doctrine and are leftists, but maybe I'm wrong. Okay? I don't think she's necessarily wrong. Okay? Just because Israel is evil doesn't mean they're going to lose. I want to say that again. Just because Israel is evil and in the wrong doesn't mean they're going to lose. And if your emotions are caught up with the idea that Israel is about to lose, then you need to become a little bit more mature. The Iranian government has a capacity to attack, but that capacity is tied up in specific military assets, being able to strike specific targets. That capacity is currently under attack by Israel, and therefore it is logical to surmise that it's being degraded. Iran is not doing a maximal strategic response. If Iran wanted to, they could declare the Strait of Hormuz closed and begin shelling every ship that tries to cross and shooting with rockets and drones. They have not done so. They could declare the Arab countries, the allies of the United States, supporters of Israel, and began attacking strategic targets within those Arab states, like their oil refineries and wells and storage depots and tanker ships and pipelines. They have not done that. Their capacity to do so will decline over time as this war goes on. So, based on what we've seen so far, Iran is doing a proportional and limited response to Israel, focused on punishing Israel. It has not escalated to strategic attacks against the interests of the United States and Israel. It has maintained rather limited response. And the Squirrel is simply saying, That limited response is not going to work because Israel doesn't care.
Leadership and bureaucracy and the political elite has deep roots. This is not a non-state actor where when you kill the first 2 layers of the top brass of the military, for instance, that it will be paralyzed. This is a state, and there are always people in the ranks who are ready to step up and fill those positions. It is also true that Iran's nuclear program has deep roots. It started in the 1950s. So there is not just institutional, but also a high degree of scientific community and knowledge that exists in Iran that cannot be easily bombed away or by assassinating a dozen Iranian nuclear scientists. And most important of all, Amy, is the fact that the sites that matter the most to Israel, where Iran keeps its advanced centrifuges and a stockpile of highly enriched uranium, the site in Fordo, which is under a mountain and highly fortified, have been largely unaffected as a result of these strikes, because Israel does not have the kind of bunker buster weapons that are required to destroy Fordo.
And the significance of the reports that Trump said don't kill the supreme leader?
So look, I'm always skeptical of these kind of leaks because it's not clear who leaked it and for what purpose. It might be that President Trump wants to signal to the supreme leader that he is not hostile and play the game of good cop, bad cop, with Israel being the bad cop here. It's also true that it might be an Israeli leak aimed at forcing the hand of President Trump to say that he's not opposed to Israel taking out Iran's supreme leader. He's not the protector of the Ayatollah. So who knows? But the reality is that at the end of the day, from the perspective of the Iranian leadership, it does not matter, because they believe that the United States is complicit in Israel's attacks against Iran and its senior leadership. And they believe the objective of Israeli strikes is not just to degrade Iran's nuclear program, but to destabilize its regime.
I think it's pretty clear also that the U.S. officials said they knew about this attack before it happened. I want to go to Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, speaking during a cabinet meeting in Tehran Sunday about the U.S. position on the attacks on Iran.
Israel knows no boundaries. They intrude whatever they want with permission from America. In a conversation that Witkoff had with Dr. Araki, he said that Israel cannot do anything without our permission, meaning this recent strikes is also carried out with America's permission.
And this is Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking Sunday.
We are now confronting the 2 greatest threats to our existence, the Iranian nuclear threat and the threat of Iranian ballistic missiles. We acted at the 12th hour, before Iran could move forward and produce nuclear weapons, and before it could accelerate the development of 10,000 ballistic missiles, the kind that have hit Bet Yam and other places. In 6 years, they could have 20,000. These are external threats, and we are acting to stop them.
I want to bring Orly Noy into this conversation, the editor of the Hebrew language Local Call, chair of the human rights group B'Tselem's executive board, who has that new piece out for 972 headlined Israel's greatest threat isn't Iran or Hamas, but its own hubris. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Orly. Respond to what is happening right now, what Netanyahu just said, the bombing that's going on. Hundreds of Iranians have been killed, overwhelmingly civilian, and at least 24 Israelis have been killed in Iran's retaliation.
Thank you, Amy, for having me. First, I must say that I am an Israeli citizen, but I'm also of Iranian origin, and I grew up in Iran, and it's really, truly heartbreaking to see the footage that is coming from Iran as well as from inside Israel. I mean, we are in yet another extremely violent cycle, and no one can anticipate where it will get. You asked previously about the timing of this attack, and of course, the Iranian-American negotiations is a huge part of it, but I want to emphasize the local side of the timing of this particular attack. After more than 20 months of a war of annihilation in Gaza, which started with a promise of crushing Hamas and bringing back the hostages, neither which has been achieved, neither of the goals until this point. The Israeli Netanyahu started to lose. He started losing support among the Israeli public for that war. People started finally to question what it is that we are doing there. Finally, after more than a year and a half, footage from Gaza started appearing in the Israeli press with people starving, with people being bombed just for seeking food. And again, no sign of the hostages. Soldiers keep getting killed. So he started to lose support around that. The army, which is almost has the status of a god in Israel, took a very serious strike to its prestige, not being able to defeat Hamas after such a long time. So both Netanyahu and the Israeli army needed an immediate rehabilitation to their prestige. Now, Netanyahu has been portraying Iran as the ultimate demon for so many years, and now this is the moment where he is enjoying the fruit of this long-last campaign. Because he gave the Israelis a war which they can be united around it. You can see that today, even Netanyahu's opponents, even the Israeli Jewish opposition, is so taken and so impressed by this brilliant achievement of the army and the unbelievable strike and the technology and whatnot. And all of a sudden, Netanyahu is regaining his prestige. The Israeli army is regaining his prestige. And as per usual, it's only a matter of time until we pay a big enough of a price in death, in devastation, before the Israeli army, the Israeli public will wake up and ask, why did we do that? And how does that war now serve our interests?
Is there questioning even now, as more and more Israelis are killed in the retaliatory attacks, about what Netanyahu, who faces his own corruption trial, as you were saying, and more people are seeing the devastation of Gaza. How popular would you say this move is? And is there an acknowledgement that what seemed to be the deadline for Netanyahu was the U.S. and Iran agreeing on an Obama-like nuclear deal?
Well, unfortunately, and really I'm saying it with deep sorrow, as for now, he has the support of the majority of the Israeli public. People in Israel are very easy to believe the imaginary threats that Netanyahu uses. And again, Netanyahu used and built up this Iranian demon in the eyes and the minds of the Israeli public for so many years that when now he's telling them, I'm going to shape a new Middle East with no Hezbollah, with no Hamas, with no Palestinian Authority, and with no nuclear Iran, people are applauding. I mean, even some of the most critical journalists that used to, criticize Netanyahu on a daily basis, all of a sudden are praising his courage, his ability to see into the future,
Ali, I want to bring Ali Valles in before he has to leave. And Ali, I wanted to go to G7 because it looks like world leaders are trying to put pressure on Netanyahu to stop the attacks. It is unclear exactly where Trump stands, who's with them in Calgary, in Canada, since he has expressed both sides on this. Talk about this, what the U.S. needs to do right now, who clearly everyone acknowledges has the only lever of power that can be exerted over Netanyahu.
That's correct. President Trump is the only world leader who can stop this cycle of escalation from expanding into a much more disastrous regional conflagration with direct costs for the United States and him as president. Because if he gets engaged, if there are American fatalities and casualties, if the price of energy markets, global energy markets increase in the next few days, all of it would backfire on him politically, and especially with his MAGA base that is deeply opposed to any additional U.S. military entanglements in that part of the world, especially if it's aimed at regime change. Now, the way he needs to tackle this is he needs to create distance with Israel, because there is no way that the Iranians would go back to the negotiating table and take him seriously if they are seen as him playing a double game here. And the only way he can do that is to use the leverage that you mentioned, which is the provision of offensive weapons to Israel. I think he can still stand next to Israel in defense of Israel, but he has to threaten that if Netanyahu continues this war, which endangers the 40,000 American troops in the Persian Gulf region and hundreds of thousands of Americans who live in Israel, that he would pull the plug on Netanyahu's ability to further escalate this conflict. And then he needs to turn to the Iranians and do two things. One is to also threaten the Iranians that if they keep fighting, the U.S. would get involved. That is exactly what ended the Iran-Iraq war in 1988. The U.S. intervened in that conflict, and that was a huge part of Iranian calculus to agree to a ceasefire. And he also has to simultaneously put an offer on the table, a nuclear deal that is reasonable, that is not one-sided, that includes generous sanctions relief, so that the Iranians, with all the mistrust, start seeing in him as somebody who's really more interested in deal-making rather than double-dealing here.
Thank you very much, Ali Valles. Before we go, Orly Noy, we have just about a minute. As you said, you have a very unique perspective as an Israeli, Iranian-born, Iranian-raised woman, journalist, peace activist in Israel. Your final thoughts as the attacks go back and forth on this fourth day?
I think in a very short sentence, both countries' people are hostages in the hands of very corrupted, very dangerous governments. Both societies need to get rid of their prospective governments, but a war is not the way. And
the both sides of this is really interesting, because the reason why Iran has the government it has is because the United States destroyed their democracy to implement a dictator with secret police, where free expression in politics was illegal. Perhaps, I have an idea. Why don't we just stop interfering with these countries that we have no right to interfere with and focus on improving our own country?
If anybody fantasizes that through violence, any political change that is sustainable towards more democracy, more freedom will occur in any of the countries, he's sadly mistaken.
Orly Noy, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Iranian Israeli activist, editor of Local Call, Hebrew language media, and chair of the human rights group B'Tselem's executive board. Speaking to us from Jerusalem, and Ali Valles, International Crisis Group Iran project director, speaking to us from Washington, D.C. Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
More breaking news out of Israel, where at least 8 people have been killed and dozens injured in the latest round of missile strikes launched by Iran. Israel's National Emergency Service says multiple locations were hit on Monday morning. Explosions were seen in the coastal city of Haifa, where missiles hit near an oil refinery. Central Israel's power grid was also damaged in the latest of the back and forth strikes over the weekend. Israeli officials say at least 23 people have now been killed since Iran's retaliation began. Meanwhile, in Iran, at least 224 people have been killed in Israeli airstrikes since Friday. That's according to the country's Ministry of Health. The IDF vows their strikes will only get more intense from here, but Iran's president says the country's response will escalate as well, putting more innocent lives at risk.
Mike, can you address the military parade today? Okay, before we talk more about the escalations taking place in Iran and Israel, I had a post this weekend because I saw the parades. So I made a post. We'll find it. Oh, here it is. The difference between China's military parade and America's military parade. All right, hold on. They're just kind of walking in a rectangle. Actually, and the funny thing is about this, I picked like the most boring part. I was gonna post more, but the Xi Jinping like aura farming was so crazy. I felt like people would think it was AI. I was like, all right, I will just show this part. But now that we're on my stream, I can show you the real shit. Women marching is most boring. I'm a feminist, so I show the women. You guys think the Xi aura farming has started? Wait till you see the real Xi aura farm. It hasn't even begun. This is the 70th anniversary parade for the founding of the People's Republic of China. Open presents. Thank you for the 50 bob. What the fuck? Holy.
伟大的中国共产党万岁！伟大的中国人民万岁！
He's got a podium car, dude.
同志们辛苦了！同志们好！同志们好！
It looks AI. I knew you would say this. This was posted 5 years ago. This was their parade to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. So it predates AI. All real.
同志们好。
Notice their drones. That was 5 years ago.
Hey! 同志们辛苦了。
It's just funny to watch this and compare it to America's parade and go like, oof. Squeaky tank. Does anyone have the squeaky tank? And then we'll watch Mexico's parade after this.
同志们辛苦了。
All right. No translation, sorry, chat. This is what Trump wanted. He saw this and he was jealous. Dish is a AWACS plane. They basically are like, they have this incredibly powerful sensory system so they can analyze the whole battlefield and transmit information to every, plane or tank or whatever about where they are and the enemies are to help coordinate them. That's what those planes are for. The Communist Party of China's flag represents all the classes that are bowing down to the proletariat. This parade brings a tear to my eye. The Mexican puppy parade. All right. Let's go back to other shit that was fun. Oh my god, dude. The stands are so empty. Also, the streets look like shit. Can we like, okay, the stands are empty. You can see the cracks on the streets. Like, look at the Chinese parade streets. The blacktop is fucking pristine. Meanwhile, the American Capitol is cracked and fucking rotting. I mean, even the French can do this. Like, even the French can do this better. In France, they celebrate...
One of them who participated for the first year and expressed how much of an...
They celebrate the storming of Bastille, which was a famous prison under the monarchy, where a bunch of peasants, like, grabbed guns and fucking stormed it and freed all the prisoners. So their 4th of July is Bastille Day, which is celebrating the taking of the prison.
Honor and pride it was for her to participate. As you might be able to see behind me, we're seeing lots of different groupings march down the Avenue de Foch. We're seeing some ground forces, air forces, Marines, and even some paramedics. In total, 4,000 of them. That's a bit less decreased number from last year. For example, there was 6,500 of them. As you've mentioned, the parade has had to tone down slightly. It's toned down, but it's still going in full swing. It started here with a show of helicopters, planes. We also saw...
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find something better than this shit coverage. Hold on. Let me see something that's better. Oh, hold on. I think I got it. What is my YouTube, man? That's cobblestone. It fits the aesthetic of the city and the age is part of its charm. That was not cobblestone. That was just cracked fucking asphalt. Honestly, I would say the U.S. military parade was worse than my high school parades.
Hip and hip and hip a hop, you don't stop. A rocket to the bang bang boogie, so up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie to beat. Skiddly bop, Scooby Doo, that's right. America, we love you, and we rock and roll to the summer sun. We can rock to 101 years old. I don't mean to brag, I don't mean to boast, but I like hot butter on my breakfast toast. Rock it out, baby bubba to the boogie to bang bang, the boogie to the beat. Heat so unique. Come on, everybody, dance your beat. Walk on labor, dark afternoon. Reporter stopped me for an interview. She said she's heard stories and she's heard papers. Vicious on the mic and the turntables. This young reporter I did adore. So I rocked the vicious rhyme like I never did before. She said, damn, I got love with you. Casting over ledge, it must have been true. I said, by the way, baby, what's your name? Should I go by the name Lois Lane?
Okay. Puppy parade. United States is such a crumbling fucking. It's such a crumbling.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy Now!
Pathetic.
Longtime Democrat Randy Weingarten.
This is Democracy Now! DemocracyNow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. At least 5 million.
WRU-TV. Thank you for the 5 gifties, guys.
People
Appreciate you.
No King's Day protests Saturday in the largest day of action against President Trump since his return to office. Protests were held in more than 2,100 cities and towns across the country. In Los Angeles, 200,000 people marched just days after Trump deployed the National Guard and Marines to the city. Protesters in L.A. included former Marine Melvin Hill.
I'm out here because I was willing to die for the things we have in our Constitution. And right now, I think our constitutional rights are being violated, stepped on, trampled on, and disregarded by our president, commander-in-chief, which would be Donald Trump. I mean, everything looks unlawful to me at this point in America.
In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people took to the streets. Democratic Congressmember Jamie Raskin of Maryland addressed the crowd.
Yes, Donald, the Declaration and the Constitution were written by people who wanted to stop criminal bosses like you from taking state power.
Major No King's Day protests were also held here in New York and San Diego, Chicago, Seattle, and other communities large and small. In Lyons, Colorado, a town of just 2,100 in the foothills of the Rocky Mountain National Park, hundreds joined the protests. This is Larry Quinn, an Army veteran and longtime Lyons resident.
I'm Larry Quinn, and I'm in Lyons, Colorado, population 2,100. And I'm here because my dad drove trains across France to defeat the Nazis, and then I served honorably, also in the Army, and I'm disgusted about the fascist.
He's got a Mexico hat on. He's got a Mexico hat on. A little bit more base than you think.
It's the regime we have.
The size of the No King's Day protests dwarf the turnout for a military parade Saturday in Washington, D.C., held on President Trump's 79th birthday and the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. The parade reportedly cost as much as $100 million. Democracy Now! Spoke to some of the
Do you know what free buses in New York would cost? For a whole year of free buses in our largest city is $70 million. Instead, we spent $100 million on this dumb fuck parade, and people are complaining about free buses as if it's some sort of ridiculous expense. Meanwhile, we waste $100 million for this fucking squeaky tank parade, and nobody even mentions it.
Protesters in the nation's capital.
My name is Brett Hines. I live here in Washington, D.C., and I'm here because I think that this is a waste of resources when we have hungry children and when we have people going to sleep without a roof over their heads.
And what does your sign say?
The sign says they got money for wars, but they can't feed the poor. It's a good line from Tupac.
I'm Amy. My sign says no kings. I think that's the side. Yeah. The other side says the emperor has no clothes from the children's fairy tale or fable. I'm here because the president said that any protest would be met with hard force.
The U.S. military does have units for parading like this, but not many. You have to train specifically and costly to do so. It said they use mostly combat units. Also, yes, no soldier likely wanted to be there. It would have been lost personal training time and weeks of extra work. Military parades were a waste, IMO. And I think they ran tanks to the roads that weren't rated for tanks at all. Abrams tend to tear up roads. Regardless, poor planning. Exactly. That was exactly my point. And then I showed you what a good parade would look like. I showed you the Chinese parade. If you want to do a parade, do a fucking real parade. I showed you a couple of decent parades. I showed you the French Bastille Day, and I showed the Chinese parade, and the Chinese can parade. They know how to fucking parade, okay? If you're going to give them one thing, they know how to parade.
I wasn't planning on coming, but that's un-American, anti-constitutional, and so I had to come. I was called to come. I also think this is an enormous waste of tax.
And like, it is incredible cope to be like, oh, well, you know, they didn't want a parade, guys. You know, they're not very good at it, guys. It's, you know, it's you know, our soldiers is really good at fighting. And it's like, what are you talking about? You lost the last 2 wars you were in. You can't parade, and you're coming off 2 back-to-back L's. Like, what is this fucking... Oh, you're gonna beat China, though? Yeah, guys, sure, we lost in Afghanistan, but China, we're gonna beat them. What?
Dollars as someone who got doged and lost...
And by the way, the United States has fought China. In the Korean War, the People's Volunteer Army went into Korea and whacked us across the face, and that was when China was poor as fuck, and they had just won a country-devastating civil war and fought off a 20-year occupation disaster with Japan, and they slapped us across the fucking mouth, and they made the Marines have their worst defeat in their history. So now, when they're at their richest point, we're gonna beat them? Are you fucking insane?
My livelihood and my life's work to have him turn around.
Is it 700 million? Same fucking shit. We just gave 15 billion to Israel. We just handed Israel 15 billion, and we've given Israel 330 billion. So the idea that we couldn't have like super high quality transit in our nation's largest city, and that's some sort of pie in the sky shit, but this makes sense, is insane.
On this, I think that's outrageous.
What type of work were you doing?
Bringing clean water to poor people.
And what's happened to that program as far as you know?
It's gone.
My name is Aubrey Lowe. I was a captain in the Army for 8 years. So I'm a veteran. I deployed to Afghanistan once. I'm from El Paso, Texas originally. I was a little nervous coming out today because I heard that peaceful protests might be met with a big force, in somebody's words. And so I let my folks know where I was going. I let friends know, and I'm glad that I've been able to be here without being heavily harassed. So that gave me some hope.
Army Captain Aubrey Lowe among those protesting Trump's parade in Washington. Speaking to Democracy Now!'s Dennis Moynihan. For much of Saturday, news networks showed split screens of Trump's poorly attended military parade alongside footage of the massive No Kings protests. Here in New York, organizers say as many as 200,000 people gathered at Bryant Park before moving down Fifth Avenue to Madison Square Park. Democracy Now! Was there.
This is what democracy looks like! This is what democracy looks like!
Hi, my name is Jay Sean Sadler, he, him, and I am a father, I'm a guidance counselor, I'm a community member and world citizen, and I'm here now because I want to make sure that we preserve our democracy. I want to make sure that all people in this country are safe, regardless of if they're an immigrant, regardless of if they're straight or if they're gay or whatever they are. Like, everyone deserves to be free and safe.
Can you say what your sweatshirt says?
Yes, it says woke, not the insult that you think it is.
And who are you? And how old are you?
My name is Rue. I'm 15 years old, and I use any pronouns. I'm here because I've seen firsthand how much destruction Trump's impact has caused on especially queer and trans youth. I've been in and out of a lot of places like that, and I've seen like how hard people have taken it. It's really hard to be a child in a society where you feel like people don't want you to exist. So I'm out here for the people who can't be out here. I'm very lucky to have a supportive father, but I know not everyone does. So I'm out here to give a voice to the people who don't have one and to show that we're still here, we're still out here, we're still going to be fighting.
The fact that there are thousands thousands and thousands of people out here today. What difference does that make to you?
It honestly makes me so happy. After the election, I was really worried because I felt like the adults had kind of failed me. Since I couldn't vote, I was really like, you guys had all of the power. You guys could have stopped this, but people didn't. And I was so worried. I didn't even leave my house for a couple of weeks. But now it's just great that there's so many people here and that I'm not alone, you know?
Can you describe your flag to our radio audience in addition to our TV audience and hold it up?
So this is the inclusive pride flag. It has the regular rainbow stripes as well as black and brown for people of color in the queer community. Also has the trans colors and the intersex flag to support those people as well.
It's Pride Month. What do you have to say to President Trump on his 79th?
My feeling about the inclusive pride flag is I have the best inclusive pride flag of them all. The most inclusive flag. This is my pride flag. Okay? The Scarlet Standard. Also, it is anti-socialist propaganda to say somebody has a red flag and I mean that being bad. Red flags are based. It is white flags that are bad. If somebody has white flags, they are bad. Okay? Red flags are awesome. We love red flags. I've got a ton of red flags. Just ask Vio.
Birthday today.
We're not scared of you, and I hope you have an awful birthday.
I am Dr. William D. Carter III. I am the senior pastor at the...
Is there a particular piece of reading that you would recommend in particular? I would say that the number one stuff to read right now, if you're trying to understand the geopolitics, is Killing Hope. I think that book is just so apropos of both domestic and international politics, and how the American state is really the enemy of humanity, and how there's no evil to which this country will not sink, so that you could disabuse yourself of liberalism or the Jakarta method. We should do a Gramsci prison notebook read, community read.
Franklin St. John's United Methodist Church, which is in Newark, New Jersey. And I came because I do not believe people's rights should be taken away, no matter their immigration status, no matter their orientation. People should have rights. And there should not be a king. We elected a president, not a king. So that's why I'm here today for this cause.
What does the sign say that you're holding?
It says prejudice, cowardice, accomplice.
And describe the flag to me.
Yes, this is an American flag. Even as a Christian, I believe in the right of all people, no matter their religious perspective, or even if they don't have a religious perspective, they ought to have rights. And that is the United States of America. United. We are united as one.
Your thoughts on your mayor, the mayor of Newark, Ras Baraka, being arrested as he attempted to, what he said was do his duty to enforce oversight of an ICE jail with 3 Congress members.
Yeah, I love Mayor Ras Baraka. I think that he is doing a exceptional job, and I think him being arrested demonstrates his passion for the cause and just making sure that all people have rights.
My name is George. I'm 15 years old, and I'm out here because I'm scared of the future.
Tell me about the flags you're carrying.
I mean, I'm carrying the American flag and the trans flag because I think those two represent me, and because I think it's important to carry the flags that that I feel proud of.
It's raining. You think it's worth it to be out here?
100%. I would be out here in a storm. I would be out here if it was pouring. I'm just happy it's raining on Trump's parade.
My name's Lucy. I'm 16, and I'm out here because I want a future. I am carrying a sign that says "No Kings" because I believe that in America, we are a democracy. We do not have kings. This is not right, and it needs to stop.
And by the way, chat, like, I think that if you look at the No Kings protest and you have any kind of negative feelings about it, you are mentally just completely in the wrong place, and you've got TikTok brain, or you got Twitter brain, or you've got something wrong with you. Yes, these people don't know a lot about politics. It's called being normal. What I see is a lot of people that are frustrated and disillusioned, and our job is to grab a hold of these people and bring them in. This is a place of maximum kindness and inclusivity. These are people that actually got off their ass and went on the streets. You should be being as nice to them as possible. And yeah, some of them are going to suck shit. Some of them are going to be unrepentant libs that hate you. But most of them are there to be radicalized, there to be organized. This is a time for kindness.
My name's Lily Buongiorno. I'm carrying an American flag. I'm here because I am in complete disgust by the injustice of Trump, especially towards immigrants and towards people's rights. And I think that we should protest that every single day that he is still in office.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
How old are you? What's your name? And tell me about your sign.
I'm also 15. My name's Astrid Lemons, and my sign says, defend the Constitution, not the crown, because I believe what we should be doing is fighting for democracy and fighting for the future of us, the students, the young people who are going to live in our future. And we want.
Can I think it's great, but laugh at some of the lived up signs? That's what I do. Laughing at lived up signs is fun. But when you say that the protest is represented by the worst sign that you can find, you're helping the libs. You are dumb as fuck. Laugh at the signs among, privately among other leftists. Don't go out there and post like, oh, look at how lived up these dumb protests are, and act like you're being defeated because they're big. They're big because people hate Trump. That's an opportunity for us. We're the people that hate Trump the most. So when you see big anti-Trump protests, you should be like, fuck yeah, that's my people. Those are the masses. Go out there. That's why the mass line is such a good insight from Mao. Go to the people. Don't expect the people to come to you like a fucking guru at the top of a mountain, you fucking hermit. Also, look at these names, man. This is like, she's fucking cooking when she does tarot.
I want this future to be a place where everybody can say what they want and nobody's attacked for that.
Do not fuck with Istrid. You'll put a hex on your ass.
My name is Georgia Reveley. I'm 15 years old. I'm here to protest the Trump administration's treatment of not only immigrants but also women and students and basically almost everyone in the country. And I think it's really important that we have so many people here and all over the country and all over the world to show the Trump administration that we're not going to let this slide, and that we as people can protest, and that we can do it in a way where we can get our point heard. And I think it's important that young people are out here too. We're with We the Students New York, which gathers a bunch of students from all over New York City and does protests. We've done one before, a walkout in Washington Square Park. Yeah.
And can you describe your double necklace to me?
I'm Jewish, so yeah, I just it's a Jewish star, so I think it's important to, people of all religions and all ethnicities should all be out here protesting the treatment of immigrants here, protesting the treatment of Palestinians in Gaza. I just think it's really important that we all be out here getting our word across.
My name is Caroline Gilman. I'm 15 years old, and I'm holding a sign that says, abort the presidency in the second term.
First of all, chat, you should learn discernment. Learn discernment. You are watching Democracy Now! You are watching the good people. Now, are they more lib than me? Yes. They make dumb mistakes sometimes? Sure. But come on. You're watching one of the legends go out to a protest. I honestly think that social media does create spaces for some ultra leftist masturbation factories that produce absolutely nothing of value, and they do need to be countered a bit, right? They do need to be countered a bit.
And I'm here to fight for my future and all my friends' futures and the future generations of all the kids that are younger than us and every generation that came before us and fought for what we're fighting for now.
One struggle, one fight. Immigrant rights are workers' rights.
My name is Kimberly. I'm 27. I'm here because it's important to show up for these kind of things, show up for community. Community is so important, and anything I can do, like you guys, we should all just do,
And tell me about your flag.
Oh, this is my Ecuadorian flag. My parents are both Ecuadorian. I'm very proud to be Ecuadorian. So I'm here for the Latino community, for everybody who's going through some right now, because the country is in a crazy start right now.
My name is Glenn Kansab, and I'm the founder of Spirit.
Oh, what is this? You made a parfait. Vio made me a parfait, chat. Is this Greek yogurt or regular? Regular yogurt, some granola with, looks like almonds, dried cranberries, pumpkin seeds, oats, whole almonds. Maybe these are like shaved walnuts. Looks pretty good. And then is there like dollops of, looks like dollops of apricot puree or apricot jam. Nice. Very good. Very good. Thank you, Via. Thank you. Open present. What the fuck? Open present. Is anybody else gifted but open presents? I feel like open presents has been the motherfucking. Can we get a hype train going? Open presents is donating like crazy, and so I haven't fucking chilled. But come on, we're not even getting a hype train right now. Let's get a fucking hype train going. If you enjoy the content, please consider supporting it by subscribing at tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3. If you got gifted a sub, extend it for next month. Pay for your own sub as gratitude. Open presents with like, how many have you gifted today? 200 today. Let's fucking go. Remember, chat, the top sub gifter and the top bit donor get the Hype Train Conductor badge. Dread to Max with the 20. Do we have is there discounts today? I thought the discounts ended. We are so close. We are so close to shattering. Oh my God, chat. We are so close to shattering 8,000 subs. We are so close to shattering 8,000 subs. And if you shatter 8,000 subs, we could show this to Ethan Klein.
Mike from PA.
Ethan Klein.
Mike from PA, to me, is a full-on grifter. One day, I'm going to do a video on this guy. He is the most pathetic dipshit on all of Twitch. And just to show you how easy this grift is, this guy is like relatively successful. And he is like not talented. He is vile. And he is cringe as fuck. What's his average view count?
Probably like a couple K.
Couple K?
Does he really get a couple K?
Nice. And somehow he still succeeded. You know, he has 7,000 members or something. Every time I see that number, I'm like, whoa.
Chat, we're only 5 away. We're only 5 away. We're at 795.
Be doing to say that his sub count is getting lower.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's closer to 8,000 before. I mean, every time I look, he has between 7,000 and 8,000 paying members.
Well, look again, bitch. Look again, bitch. Fuck, it's so good. Chat, Joey Keyboard made us more music, and I haven't. Hold on, I haven't properly. I'm such a shitty streamer. I'm such a shitty streamer. Like, I really am. Maybe it wasn't Joey Keyboard. Fuck, I have to find it. Somebody else, maybe more music. But let me just say this. What a fucking loser. Looking at God, he's such a loser. His content is such shit. What a fucking dumbass.
Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein, defender of genocide, helping small
Guys, I heard that she finally commented on how much she hated the tattoo. Chat, I heard she commented on how much she hated the tattoo. Do you guys have it? Please give me that clip. Please. Please, I beg you.
Creators grow a larger size in 2025, promoting
we're so close to election day.
Denim and Frogan, Hasanabi and Mike. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. You are the rent payer. You are the legend.
No matter how many of my Twitter replies he tries to get screenshots of, nothing will ever harm him. Nothing will ever affect me like seeing this. Imagine getting a painful arm tattoo of your wife's face, and this is her response.
How do you feel about it?
I like a penis that is cut.
I like that you did it. I like the thought of it. I like.
You don't like it?
I wish that you showed it to me first, but
so.
The eye bags! The eye bags! The fucking eye bags are permanently tattooed! Oh god, oh god, can you imagine, chat? Let's imagine that they, you know, imagine that they have grandkids and they're like, Grandma, Grandpa, Grandma, Grandpa, what did you look like when you were young like me? And then Ethan raises his fucking, like, he raises his sleeve of his shirt. He goes, I got a tattoo of your grandmother. And they see her, they're like, Grandma, why are those eye bags so big? You looked really tired. Yo. Because I love Ethan Klein, and I want him to live as long as possible. I love you, Ethan Klein. Keep talking about me, you fucking loser. Thank you so much for the level 17 hype trade, chat. Thank you, Open Presents, for the 100 bomb, and Nucleons with the 200 bits to be the hype trade conductor. 201 bits will get it for you, chat. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Holy shit.
Well, it's not up.
Owned.
it's not up to me.
My body, my life.
I saw afterwards some of the pictures that Ethan was considering, and I would have liked a different one better.
Oh, really?
But
which one would you have preferred? I asked a lot of people.
You did?
Which one to pick? I'm not going to out anyone, but there was a consensus on that one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Which is the one that you would have picked, just out of curiosity?
Well, I saw a few, but I don't remember right now. I would have to see it.
Well, maybe I'll just have to add another one. Yeah.
I feel like I just would have known, like...
Do it! Great idea! Great fucking idea, Ethan. That's a great idea. More Gila tattoos. Maybe you can get a chest piece.
Personally, like, that picture was taken at night. We were drunk, and it was with flash. So it's kind of like a, you know...
Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh! Oh, my Lord! Oh, God. It's so good. It's so amazing. It's so awesome. She hates it so much. Oh, my God. There's nothing I could do that's going to make him hurt more than this. He's going to think about this forever. There's nothing I could do that hurt him like his wife just hurt him. Oh, my Lord. I feel like he could lose a leg and it wouldn't hurt as much as this. Oh, God, I love it. And they're doing this on stream. They're doing it on stream. They're doing it on stream. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, now I understand why people watch H3. Now I get it. This is the first time I understood it. Oh, God, seeing a piece of shit you hate get humiliated is peak content. Oh, my God, that's good.
I think that whole baggy thing is...
It's so beautiful. Thank you for that clip. Holy shit, thank you. It's so good. I asked my wife what she would think about me getting a portrait of her tattooed on me as a surprise. She's like, that would be weird as fuck. I mean, I think if you're going to get a partner tattoo, why don't you go to your partner and be like, hey, let's get a couples tattoo. Like, what he did feels like a stan or a fan. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like a husband and a wife. It's like weird. It's like the creepy ex. You know what I mean? Like, go get a tattoo that, like, both of you like, and it, like, maybe it's an inside joke between the two of you, and it's, I don't know, just something more meaningful than, like, a weird fan tattoo. It's like what you see. It's like seeing a Taylor Swift tattoo on someone's arm. You're just like, ugh. It feels like things have been rocky. This is supposed to be some gesture to save it. Honestly, one of the things that I fucking love is that because of me and Bad Empanada and Denims, they can't get divorced. They have to be trapped in a loveless marriage because the moment they get divorced, they know we will just laugh at them, and watching his tattoo removal would be so funny. So now they're forced, because of pride, they have to stay in this loveless marriage forever. Because as soon as they get divorced, we could just laugh our asses off and say, called it. It's so fucking great. It's so fucking great. Oh, man. Whew. Thank you for the hype trade, everybody. Meet Hassad Piker, Twitch's top-tier terrorist sympathizer, cosplaying as a revolutionary from the comfort of his $3 million West Hollywood villa. This is Hassad Piker, a 33-year-old streamer who spends 8 hours a day on Twitch telling his hordes of fans, that Jews are Nazis and inbred, that the mass rape on October 7th doesn't matter, and that the murder of 2 Israeli diplomats in Washington was a false flag operation. Notice that every single time they try to attack Hassan, they just lie. They have to lie about what our views are. They have to lie about what we believe. They can't just be honest and refute it. Every single word of that is a lie. Zionists are Nazis, whether they're Christian or Jewish. And in America, the vast majority of Zionists are Christian fundamentalists who are trying to bring about the apocalypse because they believe if all the Jews go back to Israel, they'll rebuild the temple and that'll cause Armageddon and the end of the world. And then Jesus will come back and reign for the 1,000-year earthly domain. That's what these Christian Zionists believe, and that's the vast majority of the inbred Zionists in America are Christian Zionists from fucking cousin fucking states. It has nothing to do whatsoever with religion. You are an idiot. Fuck you. The second thing is, the mass rape on October 7th doesn't matter, and he misspelled doesn't. Great job, idiot. There is no mass rapes on October 7th. The idea that mass rapes were done as a weapon of war by Hamas is a lie, and it's been disproven. And even if rapes happened on October 7th, that doesn't justify genocide. Jewish people raped people in Germany because guess what? Anytime you have a large group of people, some of them are going to be rapists and criminals. You don't claim that an entire ethnic group or religious group bears responsibility for the actions of an individual. That's what racism is. That's what bigotry is. Blaming all Jews for one Jew committing a crime means you're being anti-Semitic. Blaming all Palestinians for the crimes of one group of Palestinians makes you a fucking anti-Palestinian racist. This is not complicated. Just like nobody would blame all white people for the crimes of one white guy. Yes, a real charmer. He once approvingly shared a clip with messaging that read, "Death to America, death to Israel, damn the Jews, victory to Islam," and described the Houthi music video with the immortal words, "When the beat drops, like jihad drops in your heart." It's called a joke, you dumbass. It's called a joke. Recently, he's been coming after me with incoherent nonsense while directing thousands of his online jihadist bros to attack me, my colleagues, and friends in pursuit of clicks and relevance. Ethan Klein, I have a formal challenge for you, Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, I have a formal challenge for Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, this is my formal challenge to you. For 1 week, I will not talk about you, and Hassan will not talk about you. If you, for 1 week, do not talk about politics or us in any way, if you for 1 week make goofs and gaffes, we won't talk about you. That's my formal challenge. I won't talk about H3H3's fall off. I won't talk about the fact that you guys are negative subscribers forever. I just want to show you something, chat. It is so fucking funny how much they failed. Why do you guys think attacking me is helping you? Do you see this? Do you see this line? Do you see this? Son, Ethan Klein, look at this graph. Look at this graph. Oh, is that another 20K down? Another 20,000 subscribers down? Viewership. Before you mauled it and kicked Hassan off your podcast. How we doing this month? How we doing views this month? 11 million in the last 30 days. Ooh, man. 11 million? Ooh, that would be quite. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh no. Oh no. Engagement rate. Ooh boy, that's not good. Future projections. Oh no. Ooh, man. That's not very good. Alaska will feel like 105 degrees. Oh no. He's going on summer break because he's got no content and his channel podcast is failing. Well, every single thing he said about Israel and Palestine conflict is wrong as the Israelis expand the war even more. Overall score C. Is that really true? Is it really that low? No way. No way. It's that low? No way. That gotta be wrong. I don't know how good this is at estimating YouTube money. That would be catastrophically low for how many employees they have. And the 10 million mansion. I mean, I guess they have money saved, right? Sponsors and merch. Did you see? Bro, they've so killed their company. Like, did you guys see? Like, they have to so thoroughly.
Everybody, welcome to.
What was that hand gesture?
Everybody, welcome to.
What the fuck? Elon Musk in there.
To our sample cell here.
The last time I was here, we were reading them and laughing. They turned off the comments. Oh no.
Day 2 at the Teddy Fresh sample sale, and I'm ready to ask some people some questions.
Comments are turned off. 455 likes. 455 likes. Oh my lord. 68 likes. 68 likes. Their only replies are bots. And Zio Business, by the way. Boo! Zio Business, icky. I'd say something mean, but I don't want to end up on Ethan's story 20 times in 3 days. They're gonna cry about these comments on the podcast. Nah, I'm good. There's a SpongeBob quote for this. It starts with, "Oh, brother. Oh, brother. No, don't even want it for free. No, thanks. Nah, I'm good. Oh, brother. No." So I have a TikTok made by a fan channel that got 20,000 likes today. And I don't even really do anything on TikTok. I just started actually trying to do things. And I posted 3 TikToks in my life. And they're now, oh my God, you're fucking hated. You're despised. Ethan Klein. But please, let's keep it going, buddy. Let's keep the fight going. You and me. The next slide of that Instagram takedown is me? Wait, where's that? What Instagram takedown? Oh, here we go. This multi-millionaire Turkish-American influencer spreading his terrorist apologia safe from his swanky West Hollywood home represents the worst of the pro-Palestine industrial complex. I mean, like, it is truly pathetic. It is truly pathetic to platform a propagandist for Israel like this. Like, god damn, dude. You are a fucking loser. He and his close friend Badit Benata have been engaged in a ferocious campaign to malign me because of this is how they raise money and enact their performative advocacy supporting Hamas and endorsing violence and terrorism in the name of resistance. What a fucking loser. By the way, Badit Benata is our close friend. I declare Badit Benata my close friend, whether he likes it or not. These allies continue to be some of the worst, most diabolical enemies of the Palestinian people, doing real harm to their just and urgent aspirations of freedom, dignity, and self-determination. That's why you attack every single group of people that tries to argue in favor of Israel being contained. Did cops shoot at Hassan Abi? That sensationalist tabloid scaremongering title really sums you up, Mike. It happens to be true, dumb fuck. It happens to be true, dumb fuck. Because of scum like this. Hassan, do the Palestinian people a favor. Stay out of their cause. Stop jamming the airwaves and sucking out all the oxygen with your self-serving jihadi propaganda. Let authentic Palestinian voices speak. Bitch, you ain't authentic shit! Jamming up the airwaves because he streams on a platform where anyone can make a channel.
Los Angeles right now to City Hall, where Marine Corps and the National Guard that has been federalized are stationed outside of federal buildings all around as the final culmination of the citywide protests, the No Kings protests, have happened all around Los Angeles and all around the nation, as a matter of fact, including but not limited to even places like the great state of Minnesota, where there was some horrific political violence that took place earlier last night. And in spite of all of that, people are still out and about. And while millions of people took to the streets protesting against the Trump administration, Donald Trump, as you guys watched earlier, was busy at his birthday parade, where he used the 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army to throw a military parade and also do a little birthday party, which did not have anyone in attendance. It seems like dispersal orders have been issued in downtown Los Angeles already, even though we are technically 3 hours out from curfew. We're gonna go see what the environment looks like. We're gonna go see if the No Kings protesters are still out and about. Hey, what's good?
I've been here since like 10. Oh my God, hello! Hi. I've been here since like 10:30.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I saw just accepting hugs from strangers.
How have the vibes been earlier compared to now?
It was hella lived up. There's all kinds of people. There was like maybe like, this is my guess, maybe like 60,000, 70,000 that I saw.
Okay.
Could be more.
200,000 in LA and 100 in Philly. Like, honestly, here's the thing. There's this urge, and I'm going to convict Hassan of this, which is wanting to be cool. All right. I am old. I have long since given up pretensions of being cool. All right. And that's okay. It's okay. Just be who you are. That's what I say. If you like my vibe, awesome. If you think I'm cool, awesome. If you don't, I don't give a shit. I'm just myself. Okay. I don't have to like constantly gesture how cool I am. And like the protests are lived up. That's fair. But the bigger point is that people are radicalized. People are like, if people are marching on the streets, that's a good sign, even if they're marching for lib shit. And I want to keep them out on the streets. This is my goal. Just let me explain what I want for my goal. I want them to keep marching on the streets, and I want the libs to keep being libs, and I want them to keep marching on the streets as libs. And then we radicalize them. And then eventually Trump's going to get mad. And he's going to overplay his hand, and he's going to attack these protests, or some out of control person is going to attack these protests, or he's going to suppress these protests. And these are going to be completely the lived out, most peaceful people possible. And when they get suppressed, that's going to radicalize people more than anything. So I am not here. I want them out on the streets. I want them protesting. I want them using up police resources. I want them out there complaining. I want them out there bothering the right wing by existing. And then when the right overreacts, as they are wont to do, we will be there to say, see, the cops are not your friends. They are not reasonable. And we should draw them in, and we should be bear hugging them, and we should take as much space as they'll let us take.
But right as it hit like 2:30, they started
pushing people.
Then it will burn very brightly strategy. No, it's not. It's knowing how this shit works. Selma, did you guys not read your fucking history book? Selma was after the first Civil Rights Act of 1964, but before the Voting Rights Act. And so a bunch of people got together and they said, we're gonna be an Optics W protest, and we're gonna march across this bridge, and we're gonna go register people to vote, black people to vote. And they marched, and they kept marching until they finally got a super racist group of cops in Selma to beat the shit out of them. And that's what got legislation passed. That's what got pressure upon the Washington, D.C. because people were like, if you don't pass this shit, the country's going to explode based on what you just saw, what was just done to those people. You need to have crusty people out there, and you also need regular optics libs getting stepped on. That's when you will see change. And when you're just sitting there like complaining at libs and they're complaining at you, that's a fucking distraction. Your goal should just be get the libs out on the street as much as I can until these right wingers overplay their hand.
Mobilizing pretty fast, and then they started tear gassing by that bridge.
Yeah. Is there any way to get in there right now?
What's up? Let's go, man.
What's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
Oh shit!
Good to see you, man. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing good.
What are you doing?
Just walking, dude.
You wanna go with us?
Yeah.
Have you been here all day?
No, I literally just got here.
Oh, you just got here too?
Just got here.
Okay.
How you feeling, dude?
Pretty good. I mean, I've been covering.
By the way, there's another thing. I think a lot of leftists who live in big cities, this is something a chatter sent me, which is a really good point. A lot of leftists live in big cities where there are a lot of other leftists, but there's also a lot of leftists or leftist curious people that don't have a bunch of groups near them. And these No Kings protests are opportunities for you to meet a bunch of other progressive people because they're so big. Even in places that are in the middle of fucking nowhere, people start showing up. And you could start maybe realizing that you're not as alone as you thought. And you can start radicalizing and leading other groups of people that, again, if they're going out on the streets, they're already really fired up. And you're not going to convince them all, but you're going to convince a bunch of them. I tend to think this is how I feel right now. It's a spin on Michael Brooks. Michael Brooks says be ruthless to systems and nice to people. I want to do the Mike from PA corollary. Be ruthless to the individuals that represent the status quo and be kind to those that suffer under it. I think Michael is a little... Mike, if you're going to attack institutions, you have to attack those people that have power, those institutions that are doing harm. Go after Chuck Schumer. Go after Hakeem Jeffries. Go after Andrew Cuomo. Go after Eric Adams. Go after, you know, these pieces of shit that are fucking us up and collaborating, while at the same time being kind to people that are still a little bit further behind you on the path. And this is how I feel. As somebody who has walked the entire path of politics, who started out in a conservative military family with a lot of Republicans, and I walked the path all the way to a strong leftist, I am not going to look at people that are still on that path and spit on them. I will attack the roadblocks. I will attack the liberals that are trying to prevent people from going further left. But I am not going to attack the people that are still on their journey, because I'm not done walking either. And this is not liberalism. This is organizing. This is common sense. There's plenty of people to show scorn to. Plenty of people to show scorn to. Their names are Ezra Klein. Their names are Ethan Klein. Their names are Chuck Schumer. Their names are Ben Shapiro. These are the people that you should be going after.
So much happening. I was supposed to head here early.
Also, Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries as well. And Pete Buttigieg. I don't want everybody to think I'm just saying, like, go after. I just realized those are like 4 Jewish guys. There's other pieces of shit that are not my fault. And it's not my fault they're all pieces of shit, okay? Richie Torres, Matty Iglesias, John Fetterman, Alyssa Slotkin.
Here, but with Israel, Iran, Trump military parade, and the Minneapolis.
It's not Jewish. Those other people were not Jewish. I just named 4 Jewish names. And then I was like, oh, I should also make sure people don't think I'm just saying target Jews. That would be bad. We love our Jews.
Shooting.
Hassan was so right. My normie friends are all saying Israel is in control of us. Okay. This is where I disagree with Hassan. Hassan has a very rigid ideological interpretation of American society, where he says stuff like, oh no, Israel is under the control of America. It's the puppet state. And it's like, that is excessively simplistic. And there is an interplay between what is happening is a positive feedback loop, which is Israel is a US proxy, and therefore we support it to do our dirty work. But then Israel is trying to increase its position and increase the funding it gets. So it sends people and agents and sympathizers in the US to pressure the government to increase support. And it's a feedback loop. So yes, Israel is fundamentally an American lapdog, but there is a system that's been formed where there is a pressure campaign and an influence campaign on our political class to increase support for Israel, to make it completely unrestrained with no strings attached. And it's spiraling us into a position where it's no longer in American interest. It's not in America's interest to attack Iran. It's not. This is the interplay between the two. It's not just as simple as the US is the empire and Israel is the puppet. That is excessively simplistic and a lack of understanding of how our politics actually operates. I don't think you should ever say anything like Zog. That's ridiculous. But what you can do is see that if somebody is a Zionist, Zionists flock to support them in a coordinated fashion. And so being a Zionist is something that gets you support in this government. So if you're running against someone and they're not Zionist or they're anti-Zionist and you are Zionist, you will gain an advantage. And that is the state of our politics, because AIPAC exists. Israeli pressure groups exist, and they want to interfere in elections to get more allies in Congress. And we've seen that. That's not anti-Semitism. That's just observing reality. And other groups do that too, right? Oil and gas companies do that. Banks do that. That is how our politics is corrupted. Israel is just yet another symptom of our corrupted politics.
That made it a little bit difficult. Yeah.
Have you ever seen a badly behaved dog pulling its owner down the street? That is such a good analogy for Israel. Israel is our dog, but we didn't train it very well, and it is pulling us down the street to go bite that golden retriever that's at on the other side of the street. You know, it's fucking rabid. It's lost it, and we don't have the strength or the willingness to control it.
They're aiming. They're already aiming. Yeah. They're aiming. Oh, they started shooting.
When does the shot ring out, chat? Did I miss it?
They're getting ready to mobilize right now. Here. Are not doing anything. They're just simply standing in a single file here. And yet, police have already opened fire on the protesters. They're continuing to open fire on the protesters. They're deploying tear gas. They're deploying tear gas and shooting into the crowd. Watch out. Don't get shot. They're shooting directly into the crowd.
Hassan should get eye protection. He should absolutely wear eye protection. He's a multimillionaire. Like, you don't want to lose your eye, man. And get a helmet. 100%. Like, bro.
Who's standing? Rubber bullets. Don't run! All right, be safe. What's going on?
People are like, can I take selfies as we're getting shot?
It's good. Now that they've deployed less lethal into the crowd, and they're still shooting at us, I suspect that they might start moving in. I don't know if there's other cops on the other side. They're pointing their rifles out there.
Join DSA chat says, I lost my eye in 2020. God damn, dude. I'm so sorry.
No tear gas so far, just rubber bullets, but they are aiming. They're going to start shooting from that side as well, directly into the crowd.
I believe in the Boy Scout motto, which is be prepared. I think that is legitimately one of the things that is smart. There's no worse feeling than being hurt or breaking something and knowing like, ah, shit, I could have easily prevented this. That's like the worst feeling you could ever get.
Okay, sure.
Mom, look at this. Look at this, Mom. Look what they're doing to me. Look what they're doing to me.
That's crazy.
LAPD.
Guys, find a field medic.
just a life scout, not an eagle.
All right, get my favorite statement.
Is this a rubber bullet? On that, what?
Oh, they are open fire. Remember, less lethal does not mean non-lethal. Less lethal does not mean non-lethal. It's still, oh shit. Yo, we need to, don't show him, don't show that.
Was that the shot that went right by his head? Notice how the crowd is not doing anything violent at all and they're just getting shot at height.
There's an injured protester. I can't show you on Twitch. Did you get shot? No. Oh, you're good. Okay. Wait 1 second. There's an injured protester that got shot in the head with a less lethal round. I can't show you, but there's field medics around him right now, and they're immediately rushing to aid. You can show it from this angle if you don't show the blood. Kind of show it. I mean, I'm showing it. Yeah. Make sure you don't show it. I don't even. He got shot directly on his head. I saw the gash. It's this big, right on his head. He's bleeding. They shot him directly in the head. You can literally lose an eye. People have lost their eyes in the past being shot. People have been killed in the past being shot in the head with less lethal rounds. Douchebags, man. These are the 40mm rubber bullet projectiles that they're shooting directly into the crowd, directly at people. And when someone gets shot in the head, I mean, he's right behind us, don't show him, but when someone gets shot directly in the head with one of these, you can concuss them, you can kill them, you can take an eye out. The amount here, show the ground there, like the amount of
Okay.
loud sounds, very scary to the pig. Oh, they're immediately opening fire on him. That's so fucking dangerous, dude.
I don't know about that one.
That's so awesome. That's fun. All right, so the LA Sheriff's Department is aiming live weapons with live ammunition, like lethal weapons with live ammunition directly into the crowd. They might have, I don't know, tear gas. They might deploy tear gas through them, potentially. Oh yeah. Yeah, see, remember what I said about riot gear? Oh, they have gas masks on. They're gonna deploy tear gas. We should put the bandana on at least. I haven't seen any like mutual aid trucks. Normally there's like people with carts. Here, you can use this. No, you go. No, take it. I got you, dude. Take it. I can't use it anyway. I can't talk when I'm in it, when I'm using it. They're aiming. They're gonna deploy tear gas in a second. What? Do you have like a normal respirator or anything like that? Oh, you just got those? I'm just gonna put this on then. You good? Make sure it's snug. Wait 1 second. There it is. They're throwing flashbangs up and most likely tear gas. Don't run!
Oh, wow. It nicked that guy's hat.
That shit just winged by someone's head. That was
your head, man.
Oh yeah, they're deploying tear gas now too.
That's the first time the small head benefited him.
They're right above us. They're throwing flashbangs. Don't look at it.
Critical save. AC +1.
Started pushing the line, and they're deploying tear gas and flashbang grenades above our head.
Wait, what? To be fair, the police downtown today were not aggressing at all. They gave us space to occupy and march while they stood back. I personally didn't see a single violent encounter during the 4 hours I was there, and there must have been 10,000 people downtown. Well, he just loves making predictions about the cops not being violent. When it's like, police are the most violent force in our society. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, there it is. Come with me. That way, that way. Go left. Don't run! Don't run! Do not run! Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! And while they're moving back, I watched the cop grab a fucking tear gas canister and directly chuck it at the press. Insane. What's up, guys? It's time. Let's go. It's good. What's up? Now, the federal officers are... Federal law enforcement is also...
They shot the impeach Trump sign. Upside down U.S. flag on his back, yet makes hundreds of thousands because of the society that flag symbolizes. The society that that flag symbolizes is under attack by fascists who are trying to remake it into some sort of ethno-state hellhole and destroy everything that makes this country strong, which means this country is in distress, which means the flag should be flown upside down. And just because we do well at capitalism and you don't, doesn't mean that capitalism is good. Like, why are you posting your L's? I guess we're just economically efficient political commentators that are making the best possible political commentary and therefore being compensated by it under capitalism. Isn't that right? According to your own logic, the market is never wrong.
So someone got dinged. Federal law enforcement is also shooting directly into the crowd from the federal agent, from the federal building. They're also training their sights directly into the crowd. This is a big area where there's a lot of unarmed civilians. Cops are pressing in and pushing people. Oh shit. Yeah, they're shooting from the federal building now directly into this massive crowd that is not even on the street. The crowd that they're shooting into was not even on the street. You saw it. We got here perfectly fine, perfectly normal vibes, and then cops start shooting, directly targeting into the... God damn it, I can't even hear myself think. I really should have brought my ear protection. All right, we'll shoot back away. But they're shooting into this area now as well. And this isn't even the street. Like, there's literally no reason for them
to open fire into this area. Flashbangs are just like Call of Duty. Just like CSGO. Some of the protests. They're pushing people off the street. They're marching into the sheriff's department. There's some projectiles. Wait, hold on. Okay. Maybe not right now. Be safe. I hate being fucking tall. This is one of the moments where being tall is, I feel like, a major disadvantage. You know what I mean? Where I'm just like above the crowd. Yeah. You too, man. You too. You come to one of these things, you'll very quickly shed yourself of any kind of liberal notion you might have had that police are here to protect and serve. You go to one of these things, and you.
By the way, those rubber bullets are not supposed to be aimed at people. I think like this is something that people misunderstand. They're supposed to be bounced into the crowd. They're not even supposed to be shot at people, let alone head height. There's no justification for it being shot head height. That's malpractice and illegal. But, you know, police commit crimes daily and no one gives a fuck.
Very quickly are like, all right, never mind. They're not protecting and serving anything. They're just, you good?
Yeah. Is that legal? Just firing on, because I didn't see anything.
In America?
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's not, but are you going to prosecute? You guys hate, you know, liberals hate progressive DAs, so they're never going to prosecute cops. Got to get that cop endorsement, right?
Everything's legal, baby. They just shoot you dead. Qualified immunity.
Yeah, I got hit in the foot by a rubber bullet. I think it was a ricochet though.
One of these? Here you go. It's a gift for you.
Oh shit, that's what they look like?
A memento. This is not how it goes in Japan, huh? Anyway. No, they're just using tear gas and rubber bullets and flashbangs for the most part. Hitting people with horses too. Yeah. People are getting trampled with horses. They got batons. They beat them with batons. It's pretty up.
Guys, take care of yourselves. They don't give a about you.
That's right.
It's like a public park though, right?
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter?
So that's a public road. There's also little carts of people walking around, but I think like the amount of people doing mutual aid has dropped significantly, even though there's still a lot of people doing it. And I suspect part of the reason why is because they arrested one guy with the face shields. Some guy who came in with a pickup, walked up, as plenty of people do, and he had a bunch of like respirators, face shields, stuff like that in boxes. And they arrested him, and the FBI claimed that he was like illegally giving protesters like protest gear.
What are those boxes?
Are those masks of some sort? Are those gas masks?
That doesn't look like food.
Yeah, those are.
Looks like masks.
Yeah, no, those are masks. Yeah, so people are prepping for some sort of altercation with police as we speak.
But take a look at this, because U.S. Attorney Bill Esali posted a photo on social media this morning saying a man by the name of Alejandro.
Yeah, by the way, protecting yourself from getting shot in the face with the cops who are aiming eye level. They're going to arrest someone for what? Handing out a legally owned item that protects people from losing their eye from cops illegally shooting their weapons. Like this is the propaganda that your parents are seeing, and every single one of these local news reporters to catch an earful every time you see them out and about town to let them know in the First Amendment rights, hey, you're an asshole.
Teodoro Ariana was arrested by the FBI on an allegation of conspiracy to commit civil disorders. Now, we have blurred his face because charges have not been filed against him yet. But Asali wrote that Oriana was suspected of distributing face shields to suspected rioters during the protest on Tuesday.
It's not illegal. It's mutual aid. It's a very important part of this. Otherwise, all these people that are out here who are exercising, what's up? What's going on? Exercising their First Amendment rights, peacefully protesting, could potentially get shot in the head, shot in the eye, get tear gas if you have asthma or any sort of like breathing respiratory complications. Like, obviously, the face shield, the respirators, the ear, the ear protection, like these are all incredibly important. And not everyone knows that you need to bring these things to a protest, myself included. I know, and I still don't do it because I'm a idiot. But it's one of the wonderful expressions of solidarity out here. Look at that, National Lawyers Guild Legal Observer with the merge.
I'm a 4-year sub.
With the merge. Nice. Green hats are the legal observers, as you guys know.
Longtime sub is a lawyer doing protest legal observing. The quality of our longtime subs versus the longtime subs of like Asmongold is so funny.
National Lawyers Guild.
I know.
They're here to take notes on all of the unlawful misconduct of the police. They're here to basically write down First Amendment violations. It's kind of like a notary almost. Like, you know, when you notarize something, that's the role they're supposed to play. Except, obviously, the police have no accountability, so it doesn't even matter. I mean, it does matter, actually. It's good that they're doing that, especially when, like, people get shot. That's why, you see, they have riot gear. They have riot gear. Don't run! Don't run! Don't run! Did you get shot? All right, they're shooting in this area as well. Riot units are deploying up to the front. There's little kids here, as always, of course. Don't stay on the road. They'll beat the f*** out.
They just fucking broke the car window over here, so they're tripping on that.
All right, riot units deploying. Look. That way! We're getting boxed in.
I think the main thing that I would say is it's just like, look at how this is a police riot. No property damage, no Waymos being burned, no one being attacked, no cops being attacked. It is a police riot, as fucking usual.
It's probably safe to cross beyond the police line where the cop cars end. We'll cross to the other side of the road. If you think they won't shoot in the direction of other cops, you're wrong. You're not safe there either. Don't go that way. Don't go down that way. Go.
I think this is the best place to cut it. And as you can see, multiple rubber bullets within sight of Hassan. Was he ever engaged in any kind of threatening behavior, illegal behavior? He was standing in a park at one point. Like, it's just criminal behavior, massively documented, and it doesn't seem like anybody fucking cares as long as the cops are doing it. Let's close. Let's see what the up-to-date updates are. The updates are about the assassination in Minnesota.
The suspect accused of shooting 2 Minnesota state lawmakers and their spouses is set to make his first appearance in federal court. 57-year-old Vance Belter is facing 6 federal charges, including 2 counts of murder with a firearm. He's also facing state murder charges. Belter was arrested in the woods on Sunday night after a 43-hour manhunt. The 2 lawmakers who were shot allegedly by Belter were both Democrats. They were shot in their own homes. Authorities revealed in a news conference not long ago that Belter actually went to the homes of 2 other politicians with, quote, the intent to kill them. CNN's Danny Freeman is in Minneapolis. Danny, what's the latest that you're learning?
Brianna, the acting U.S. attorney here in Minneapolis called these crimes the stuff of nightmares. Now, you said it just a moment ago that we're expecting to see the suspect here, 57-year-old Vance Belter, in federal court in just under a half hour or so. That's going to be actually in St. Paul in the Twin City. But here's the thing, Brianna. While we know that he's going to face 6 federal charges there to start, that's including murder, that's including stalking, that's including firearm offenses, as you noted, the most shocking thing that we learned when this federal criminal complaint was unsealed and that press conference occurred is that Belter allegedly went to 2 other homes, targeting 4 Minnesota state lawmakers early in the morning hours on Saturday. So the first home that he went to, according to authorities, was the home of State Senator John Hoffman. And I just want you to take a listen to how the acting U.S. attorney framed that moment where Belter approached the door of their home, dressed in tactical gear, dressed in a silicone mask, and presented himself falsely as a police officer.
When they opened the door, Belter shined the flashlight in their faces and said there had been a shooting reported in the house. Belter asked if they had any weapons. When Belter lowered his flashlight, which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home. When Senator Hoffman attempted to push Belter out and stop him from entering his home, Belter shot him repeatedly. Belter then shot Miss Hoffman repeatedly.
But Belter allegedly did not stop there. After that shooting...
By the way, a Republican senator tried to pretend this was some sort of right-winger, and here's what I have to say. If you're a person who spreads misinformation about assassinations, you are, in effect, supporting those assassinations, and you are legitimizing political violence. If you are a politician who does so, that's a very interesting position to have.
Then, according to these U.S. officials, went to a second lawmaker's house, but that lawmaker was not home. So he then moved on to a third lawmaker's house. But at this point of the evening, police were already aware that there had been a shooting. So a number of local law enforcement officers actually spread out to, now we know, a number of local lawmakers' homes. It seemed at that point that Belter was scared off from the third home, his third intended victim. But he was then able to allegedly get to State Representative Melissa Hortman's home, where he ultimately killed her and her husband, Mark. Now, I just want to add one quick thing. Something we learned here also, that during the then flurry manhunt that took about 43 hours searching for Belter, Belter allegedly texted his family members saying in this text, this is from the criminal complaint, "Dad went to war last night. I don't want to say more because I don't want to implicate anyone." Again, so many frightening details here about this story. Again, that court appearance coming within the hour. Brianna?
Oh, Danny Freeman, thank you so much for that report. Boris?
We're joined now by CNN law enforcement analyst Jonathan Wackrow. Jonathan, thanks for being with us. Stepping back, I wonder what kind of security, if any, do state officials and their spouses typically have?
Well, typically their own personal safety is their own responsibility, unless it's there's a direct threat or a veiled threat that has been lodged against them, or if there's some moment of a critical event. So it actually speaks to the vulnerability that our lawmakers have, that our politicians, our elected officials have, that they face a variety of domestic threats day in and day out. We're seeing this rise of political violence. And acting U.S. Attorney Thompson said that earlier today, that he wanted to make it very clear that this was an act of political assassination. And he also acknowledged the rise of political extremism across our country. With that, Boris, that actually necessitates both state and federal lawmakers to bolster their own security structure around them, mindful of this rising threat that they now face.
Do you still worry, even though he's in custody, about the safety of the people that he reportedly targeted in his writings, including some prominent Democrats and abortion rights advocates?
I do, and here's why. This was not an impulsive, crime. This was very well thought out. It was ideologically driven. And because of that, my fear is that someone else will pick up the mantle and try to continue on whatever mission that he was trying to, or goal that he was trying to attain. So again, while this individual is in custody, lawmakers are trying to work very quickly. And we heard that during this press conference that, they were hesitant to say whether or not anyone else was involved. Why? Because there's an ongoing investigation, but they need to quickly assess whether or not this individual was working in conjunction with people to support his actions, or is this part of a broader ideological group that he is part of that he just launched this attack on behalf of. So again, lawmakers are at risk every single day, and I do worry about copycat attacks or repeat attacks. We have seen acts of political violence on the rise across the United States, so this is a big concern right now.
To that point, Leader Hakeem Jeffries is meeting with a bipartisan group of congressional leadership to talk about heightened security for lawmakers. What do you think public officials and those protecting them need to be doing right now?
Well, it all comes down to a level of protective intelligence and situational awareness. We know that this individual, again, in this case, this was not, an impulsive act. This was a long, drawn out, well-planned, very calculated set of events that he put into play. And really what it speaks to, Boris, is this textbook pathway to violence where we have people who have grievances towards each other. They have violent ideations. They research the type of attack that they want to undertake, and then they prepare for it. Again, when we look back at this incident, it is a textbook pathway to violence. Mindful of that, lawmakers, working with local, state, and federal law enforcement officials need to understand how do they pick up on the early warning behavioral anomalies of individuals, whether they're veiled threats or direct threats against them, and put the appropriate control measures in place. It's not an easy task. It is not without cost, but we know what the ultimate cost is when our lawmakers lose their lives. So this is a necessity right now to bolster the personal security of our elected officials, both at their offices as well as at their personal residences, because we see the consequences in the order of consequences that could happen.
Jonathan Wackrow, thanks so much. Brianna?
Let's get some legal perspective now. We have Harry Littman with us. He's a former U.S. attorney and former deputy assistant.
I think murder one is probably going to be that's a pretty easy legal analysis.
Assistant Attorney General. He's now host of Talking Feds podcast. Harry, what did you think of these federal charges?
By the way, security doesn't protect you. There's just no way to fully protect every legislator all the time. It's just not happening. It's just not fucking happening, man.
And are you expecting more to be added or the death penalty ultimately to be sought here?
That's the big question with the feds, Brianna. They can bring the death penalty. The acting U.S. attorney says it's premature. I do expect them. We know that Trump himself has exhorted the DOJ to bring them. We know he said here, we want to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. And we know Minnesota cannot bring death penalty charges. The early charges on both the Fed side and the state side were simply to be able to hold him and quickly. I think Minnesota will bring a first-degree murder charge as well because they'll find premeditation, but that didn't have to happen yet, and it doesn't carry the death penalty under Minnesota law. The big question to me, Brianna, typically feds and state authorities investigate this together, and you would expect the states to have the first kind of try at the defendant, and because it was such a state crime on the ground. But we know that Trump took the occasion to actually call Governor Walz grossly incompetent and terrible, and it may well be that his DOJ is going to try to grab it and take it first and go for the death penalty, and that could make things tricky in terms of coordination going forward.
What are you looking for in these court hearings today?
I think they'll be very simple. He'll come in. Do you understand the charges against you? No issue yet. of detention, but he will be detained in the next hearing. You will have the federal attorney explain what the charges are, and in particular, I think you'll hear that attorney emphasize stalking, because the stalking aspect of this, along with firearms, is what does give rise to the possibility of the federal death penalty. But it'll be a simple sort of boilerplate affair. Here he is. Here are the charges. See you soon for a detention hearing.
All right, everybody. That's going to be it for me today. Thank you so much for all the support, especially you open presents, Marks and me, Ham and Fist. I really do appreciate all of you. I'm going to send you on over to the mothership. There's so many really important stories. That's what I'm going to be watching. So on to the mothership. Thank you, everybody, for all the support. We'll be back here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Solidarity forever. And, of course, never stop saying free Palestine from the river to the sea. All right, everybody. Make sure you're hitting those follow buttons. Make sure you're on the Tickety-Talk, the YouTube, all the places to get your favorite Mike from PA content. And if you see a positive Mike video, click it and like it and comment. Thanks so much. I'll see you soon. Peace out.